guys for participating and for bringing your gifts. I don't know if this side of the room is cooler or warmer, or if everybody's leaning here. How are we going to ever do the wave if there's nobody on this side? So anyways, please do come down and make your way on to the front. So this is day 2 of our sessions here for our friends that are joining in. This is our final stage of the Expo Live Innovation Program. We started this program in, or this session, this cohort number 7 in January, and from 1,200 applications, we are now down to the final 22. I think 11 today that will be pitching. Quick reminders for everybody. You're gonna have 15 minutes, 12 are yours, 3 are to the judges. My friend Mo's over here. She's going to show you a number 5. That means we have 5 minutes. And after those 5 minutes are over, we are gonna stand up and make ourselves very present in front of you so that you can wrap up. Okay, and then we shift over to our judges. We're gonna have 5 sessions, 5 pitches this morning. They are related to the area of the environment. So agriculture, energy, water, and waste. So we're gonna be in that space today. Yesterday we were in the humanities, in the education and labor and skilling. Today we're shifting towards nature. And again, as we spoke yesterday, there are very kind volunteers who might come and grab you for you to do one of your other sessions. So expect expect there to be movement in this room throughout all of the sessions. Okay, make sure you keep your phones on silent and provide support to those who are, brave in coming here. With that in mind, I'd like to introduce our evaluators for today. I'll start with our colleague Yijing Wang, who is the founder and CEO of 2060 Advisory, which is China's first impact investing advisory firm with a key focus on climate change and sustainability. She's China's first Forbes 30 under 30 in impact investing, a global winner of British Council Business and Innovation Award, and a bunch of other very remarkable achievements in Yijing's career. This is the second time we try to bring her in, and we got her this time, so thank you, Yijing, for coming. To her right, we have our colleague Tanzid Alam, who is the Managing Director of Earth Matters Consulting, who's also not a stranger to the program, so thank you for coming back in supporting this, our session. For over 20 years, Tanzid has committed himself to address climate and nature crises across the Middle East, Europe, and Latin America with government, businesses, academia, international organizations, and nonprofits. Tanzid also brings a wealth of knowledge in the space, and we really appreciate you for coming here with us. And finally, to Yijing's left, we have our colleague Kevin Holliday from C3, which is a UAE-based organization. Does similar work than ours, a good partner that we want to continue to grow our partnership with. Kevin has over 20 years of strategy, finance, and investment experience across the globe with exposure to different sectors and business models within complex and dynamic environments. He's the managing director of C3. Thank you, Kevin, for joining us today. With that in mind, quick reminder, please, thank you. This is the, what do you call this thing here? The ticker. Okay, just focus on the large green button to move forward. The screen that you see here is the next slide, not the one that's in the back. The smaller one is the one that's in the back. Okay, you're comfortable with the microphone or with, are these guys working? They weren't working yesterday. Okay. They're working today, thank you very much. If you do have a video on your presentation, you click next, you wait a little bit, right? And if the video doesn't work, our colleagues upstairs will make it work, okay? But so far we should be in a good position. All right, with that in mind, I would like to invite Isus Farm Africa from South Africa to come to the stage. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. My name is Watson. I'm the CEO of Easters Farm Africa. I'm also a grandchild of a smallholder farmer. My grandparents are smallholder farmers. They farm maize and wheat. They live in very remote areas. They use feature phones where there's no connectivity to Wi-Fi or mobile data. They're very far from markets. They're very far from suppliers. And also their crops suffer from a lot of weather events that wipe out all their crops. So it perpetuates their need or their effect in being part of the cycle of poverty. So what did we do to solve the problem? So we made Easters Farm a marketplace for agricultural services for smallholder farmers. We leverage blockchain technology, weather index insurance, and farmer behavior algorithms to provide a tailor-made blockchain parametric climate insurance product, which improves sustainable farming practices and also improves the abilities of farmers to be protected when it comes to weather events. And with this blockchain weather index insurance, we're able to collaborate with different stakeholders in terms of different insurance partners, be it in a group or be it in a single insurance company. But at the same time, we're also able to cover more farmers across the different regions at a way affordable price. And at the same time, we're able to get accurate weather data by aggregating different weather sources to ensure that there's accuracy when it comes to insuring the smallholder farmer. With this product, our expected outcomes are to increase accessibility of the insurance product and then also reduce or increase the resilience of smallholder farmers due to climate disaster. So the big problem we saw is that 97% of smallholder farmers across Africa don't have insurance. And at the same time, no one has data on what they're actually farming on the ground. And there's a lack of awareness of how insurance can benefit smallholder farmers. There's actually a lack of trust when it comes to insurance. They believe that insurance companies take money and they don't give back. And this sort of affects the adoption of insurance for those particular smallholder farmers. So with this blockchain weather insurance product, we aim to onboard 20,000 farmers. And by introducing blockchain, we're able to remove the third-party assessor. Now, this is quite a critical element in our solution. Mostly when you have insurance, when you have a claim, you have to have an assessor that assesses your work and your loss, and then a payout is then effected, which means smallholder farmers in Africa spend about 3 months to 4 months waiting for a payment, which is the same time as a farming season. So by removing the third-party assessor, we can immediately remove the human-on-human interactions, automate decision-making, thereby reducing the cost of the insurance company by 80%, and then further reducing the insurance premiums by 40 to 60%. And we believe that by doing this, we're able to increase agricultural insurance penetration by 5%. And you can imagine it's only at 3% right now, so it's going to be quite a big move. And we're able to reduce the claims and payout times from a 3 months time to a 24 hours to 5 days. Now you can imagine, for a smallholder farmer who lives very far with no support, that will make a big, big difference in their lives. And at the same time, this sort of provides farmers with improved incomes and productivity, and this can help them basically replant for the next farming season. Our current traction is quite impressive, if I do say so myself. We're in 4 countries currently. We're in Swaziland, South Africa, Uganda, and now we're launching in Nigeria. We've got over 200,000 smallholder farmers managing over 59 projects. It's a marketplace of services, so we've got 20 suppliers, 6 buyers, 2 insurance companies, 3 mobile operators. We tend to partner with mobile operators because we use USSD as a mode of interaction between our services and smallholder farmer, and that USSD is 0 rated. We have currently got a revenue of about 101,000. We have raised a total of $422,000. We're a UNICEF um, funded company in the climate cohort, and also we've done some accelerator programs as well with UNICEF and Catapult. Our market is quite huge. There's over 100 million smallholder farmers in Africa, but we believe that we can also penetrate Latin America and Southeast Asia, with a current goal to do about 10 million smallholder farmers by 2030. Our partners range from insurance companies, as you can see, to the World Bank, to UNICEF, to mobile operators. And last year, we won the Pitch AgriHack competition as the top early stage company. Our business model is quite interesting. We've been able to actually make a multiple business revenue lines with this product. Because we monitor the farmers' behavior on the ground, we're able to provide market intelligence on those farmers on the ground. And so therefore, we've got a subscription model for those particular users, being it organizations. Then we also have transaction service fees, where we facilitate basically the payments of premiums or the payments of services. We also have an agreement with insurance companies where we take a percentage of the insurance premium. And lastly, we do collaborations and partnerships with government. For example, if a government wants to do a national subsidy program, we're able to do a revenue sharing agreement with them so that we can actually scale out the weather index insurance product. Lastly, we also do a licensing and white labeling solution, which involves us basically taking our blockchain weather index insurance and also repackaging it into another service provider where they can provide it on their own platform. But we've also decided that apart from only insuring adverse weather events, in the longer term, we also want to insure catastrophic events, such as flooding, earthquakes, and that can be a spin-off for the future. Our competitors are quite few in the market. I think one of the biggest things that we do that makes us very, very different is the leveraging of blockchain insurance, data analytics when it comes to farmer behavior. We're the only company in Africa that monitors farmer behavior, which is what the farmer is doing on the ground. Our grant use, basically 60% of the money will go into product development, and then the 20% will go into user testing, another 20% will also go to user acquisition growth. So this is the current plan that we have to do that. And we are targeting Uganda and Nigeria with the grant and attacking about 20,000 smallholder farmers in those two countries. We've got two co-founders. My chairman, Dr. Sizwe Dlamini, he's a doctor in agricultural economics. And myself, I'm the CEO, and I've got a double major in accounting economics. We both have multiple years of experience. Together, it's about 40 years worth of experience that we have. We've got a tech team of about 5 people that are based in India. And then we've got on-the-ground support in the countries that we actually operate. But thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Great presentation. I can clearly see the impact that you're trying to create, so really well done. Just a question on the onboarding, obviously from the farmer's perspective, and also maybe from the suppliers as well. What are you really focusing on when you're onboarding these types of end user?
So interesting enough, on the onboarding, we tend to go for a B2B2C model. So we go to agricultural development organizations that can be your World Food Program, your government agricultural programs, because they already have the farmers, right? So they have a big problem of not being able to manage the programs which they have, because there's no data flow between the farmers and those programs. What you have is those program managers have to go out into those places to get that data, whereas we are giving a solution directly in the farmer's hand. We can provide the data firsthand. So I think that's what we try to change, sort of graduate these program managers from a data collection perspective into a more data analytics and analysis spectrum.
And then how are they receiving that information? Is it through a smartphone, or because obviously, how are the farmers accessing the data?
Yeah. So farmers access our software through USSD. USSD is basically a *100 hash. It's distributed through mobile operators, and through that we're able to provide, number one, the services to buy the services. Number two, then via SMS we're able to sort of prompt the farmer to say, this is your next step, this is where you are, this is where you are failing, and then we sort of aggregate all that data into our dashboard, where now the program organizers can actually have a view of what's going on the ground. Yeah.
Okay, that's clear. Thank you. I have another couple, but I'll pass over to my other judges.
Thanks so much for the comprehensive presentation. Wondering the 100K revenue you made so far, out of all the business models you presented, where does the 100K come within the models that you presented?
Most of actually our services right now were through subscription fees, through organizations, these current ones that are there. They're the ones that are actually taking up subscription for the solution for market intelligence. So that's mostly where the revenue is coming from.
Thanks.
It's a really nice presentation, thank you. So I see you've got 200,000 smallholder farmers already, and with the grant you want to increase it by another 20,000. So how do you see this grant helping you get to your 2030 goal, which is very ambitious?
Yeah.
Which is nice to see the ambition as well.
Yeah, so I think we have cracked the distribution of this product. We grow 1% every week when it comes to farmer numbers. So, and that is because the USSD is free to use. So which means that anyone who's got any type of phone can have access to this kind of information. So already we are growing at a 1% rate every week. So with the grant, we want to increase that 1% to about 5%, because we also know that our smallholder farmers are at the age of 45 to 60 plus. So therefore they lack digital savvy skills. So there's a lot of capacity building that we actually get ourselves involved, so that at least those farmers know what to do. But we do know one thing, in those sort of remote communities, it's all about word of mouth. So once you train quite a few farmers in different districts and you get it right, eventually those farmers will tell their own neighbors of what they're doing to improve their incomes on the ground. So that's how we intend to actually use the grant to help us with user testing, product development, making it easier, and at the same time also providing languages. Right now, we only provide one language, and then we try to go to places where there's a high English literacy so that we are able to get the people using it. But the ideal thing is actually to translate the platform into a local language in that particular country. And it becomes more complex when you look at countries like Nigeria, whereby there's so many languages. So it's about targeting the right language and then for, making it easier for the small farmers to understand what they need to do.
Time for one last question.
Yep, thank you. I have come across a couple of solutions similar, and I know your competition is quite comprehensive. What is it that really makes you special in the USP? Because this is clearly a volume game, right?
Yeah.
So you're 200,000 for 100,000 revenue, so you've got to get to the millions. What is it going to take for you to get there?
So I think one of the interesting things about a boom market, right, is that it's always boom. So like the internet boom, you get a lot of guys making new solutions and then they die out. And that is because sometimes people don't understand the real problem they need to solve. The thing that we actually solve quite well is the monitoring the behavior of the farmer. Why is this important? Because if I know the behavior of the farmers, I can basically understand the risks I face as a funder or a risk person, because his behavior tells me if he's going the right direction or the wrong direction. And then by using this behavior model, I can then create risk models that now incentivize the farmer to get cheaper loans because his risk behavior is less, so he's doing risk reduction activities. And so no one actually does that right now. No one is incentivizing farmers from a risk perspective to adopt less riskier practices for them to actually get cheaper access to insurance or cheaper access to loans. And I think that is the real problem that exists, is that no one is changing the behavior of the farmer. You can throw as much money as you want to him. You can throw $1 million, but if he's still going to not weed and still not going to irrigate and still not going to do 5, 6 things on the farm, you're still going to get the same yield at the end of the day. So what you really want to understand, and what everyone else wants to understand, is what is he doing on his farm? And we're the only company that does that.
Good answer. Time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we please welcome now Cool Lion Energies from Côte d'Ivoire?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Richard Sechi. I'm the founder of a startup company based in Côte d'Ivoire, known as Cool Lion Corps. So Cool Lion Corps wants to make food loss history in Africa by democratizing access to low-cost storage facilities. So let me shed some light on a big problem that is pervasive throughout the smallholder farmer sector in Africa, agricultural sector in Africa. In Africa in general, 36% of the food that is harvested actually turns into food loss. In my country, as a matter of fact, when you look, for example, at mango produce, 50% of what is grown actually ends up at food waste. So this has a triple bottom impact, consequences. So first thing, the fact that you have post-harvest food loss, this generates carbon emissions. It also impacts food security because at the end of the day, the fact that you have as a farmer 1/3 of what you produce and you're unable to sell it, it actually fluctuates on the chains, on food price chains. And then, finally, this maintains farmers in poverty. So what you will see is that 82% of the poorest rural people in Africa actually represent smallholder farmers. So my company believes that promoting affordable and adapted storage infrastructure can make a big difference for smallholders in Africa. So our value proposition is to build climate-smart, dry and cold storage facilities. So our approach is to use what we call a decentralized and collaborative model. So on one side, we work with young people coming from rural communities, and we train them into green construction skills. So it means that we train them into masonry, as roofers, and if we need to install cold storage, we train them into solar panel installation technicians. And we try to source as much as possible local materials. So combining training given to these youth and sourcing local materials as much as possible, then we proceed to work with these rural communities to be able to build storage facilities that are lower cost and that are environmentally friendly. The idea is then to engage these youth and to group them into associations and cooperatives so that they're able to go back to their hometowns, to different rural communities, and support them to access to materials, local materials and finance, so that they can keep democratizing, building new storage facilities. At the end of the day, we believe that our facilities generate a positive impact because they help to fight food loss. They expand market access for smallholder farmers, but they also represent a climate-smart, labor-saving technology. Across Africa, and in my country, in Côte d'Ivoire, you have 1.3 million small farmers. The good news here is that when you look at export cash crops, these are traditionally grown by male farmers. But domestic food crops are traditionally grown in my country by women. And up to 80% of the food we eat in Cote d'Ivoire are actually grown by women farmers. So it means that we are trying to fix the infrastructure shortage and challenge that are impacting negatively domestic food crops and ultimately serve women farmers. In Cote d'Ivoire, so far in terms of traction, we've built 2 cold storage facilities and a dry storage facility that are benefiting close to 2,000 farmers. But we have a larger ambition. We want to be in Africa the leading construction company when it comes to storage facilities. So we would like to build by 2030 over 1 million square meter of climate efficient storage infrastructure in the agricultural sector. In terms of business model, we see 3 revenue streams. The first one is training that is being sponsored to equip young people with construction skills, green construction skills. So basically institutions, development finance organization, big multilateral organization and small ones, sponsoring youth to be trained into green construction skills. The second thing is that when this infrastructure is built, this infrastructure is made available to small farmers in what we traditionally would call a pay-per-use, a pay-as-you-store model. So I'm a farmer, the facility is constructed, is managed, is co-managed with a cooperative, and then I store my food produce for a small fee, and then I'm able to access this infrastructure. And then finally, we believe that we're building some expertise that is going to be beneficial also to other projects, and that's what we mean by commissioning of infrastructure projects. From 2021 to 2023, we've grown our revenue 7x, growing from $43,000 to $309,000 in revenue last year. So in terms of market advantage, we speak more in terms here of differentiation, and in our unique value proposition is that we are dedicated to serving specifically the agricultural sector. So what you'll see in my country and elsewhere in Africa is that you're going to see big players addressing very large-scale infrastructure, storage infrastructure programs. But what we're saying is that we can build small-scale, adapted, lower-cost storage facilities that directly address traditionally the small quantities that are held by smallholder farmers. And we want to do it in a way that is lower cost and that is affordable for farmers. So the support we're looking basically from Expo Life is to be able to upgrade our youth training center. So today we train young people, but we want to have to institutionalize our training center. And we would like to have notably additional green building training equipment and build a model dry storehouse. We also want to have a little bit of R&D to improve compressed earth bricks, which are traditionally what we use to build some of the storage facilities, and to improve the longevity of this under different weather conditions. And then finally, we'd like to build 200 square meter dry storage facilities that are directly going to benefit 500 women farmers. So these are some milestones of how we envision deploying the project over the next 12 months. So from operationalizing the training center to actually ensuring that we deliver on the construction of these climate-efficient dry storage facilities. So in terms of team, so in Cote d'Ivoire, we are an 11-person team currently, so driven by 2 persons. Personally, I was trained in the US and benefited from executive education program at Stanford University and Lagos Business School. And my co-founder is more the technical side with 2 MBAs directly linked to our field of expertise, and also had the chance to work specifically on delivering the installation of turnkey solar photovoltaic solutions across Cote d'Ivoire. And we have an advisory board that supports us in terms of driving the company forward. So just sharing some of our real world small-scale infrastructure deployments we did in Cote d'Ivoire, and these are also some of the use cases and training that we provided to young people. So let's change the face of agriculture in Africa. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Well done, clearly, impactful work that you're doing. Maybe just a comment. At the very beginning, I was a little bit unclear exactly what you were doing. It didn't come over very easily for me to understand exactly, and then it was trying to piece together as I was going. So there might need to be just a little bit of thought on when you're pitching, just to get that message over a little bit more clearer. And then on the USP, who else is doing? Who are your major competitors? Who out there is doing what you're doing?
So what we can see out there is that basically a lot of current actors are more focusing on cold storage infrastructure, which was initially what we were trying to do. Because when you look at different produce like tomatoes, cabbage, and all, they actually perish much more quickly. But what we've seen is that they would traditionally just deploy the infrastructure and just make it available to different cooperatives of farmers. So what we're trying to do here is that we want rather to implicate rural communities. So it's a self-help approach. So what we're saying is that we want to train young people, get them competent into some green building, some green construction skills, and work with the rural communities to actually deploy that infrastructure that can be then co-managed to ultimately serve farmers.
Thanks so much for the presentation. I agree with Kevin, because before the last slide with all the photos, actually I had the question of how they look like. And then your last slide was the photos, and then that was a very clear illustrations of what you're talking about. My question is also around, I think we see the solutions and the problem and the solutions aligned very clearly. But there were also different ways of storage. And I remember like maybe seeing other innovations, putting them on the ground or using more natural ways to do it. So just wondering, like, different techniques and different ways of storage. Do you have like an analysis on the competitors? And that's the first question. Second question is, do you see yourself as you are selling the infrastructure as facilities and devices, or are you also using the business models, maybe doing like renting or other ways of like, yeah.
Yes, so thank you for these questions. So yes, there are different storage techniques that exist. But ultimately what you see is that in Cote d'Ivoire, for example, and in West Africa, farmers have a preference for existing infrastructure that is set up, basically. Some problems with some of these techniques is that they are not scalable. Whether once you actually make a building available, you have the possibility to then be able to just bring that produce and do it. So there's a lesser need for farmers to be competent in actually trying and doing themselves how to do the storage. So the proposition here is we build the storage facility, and then just farmers just come and store the produce. So my point here is that there's not a need for farmers to actually learn how to do the storage themselves, but they can just bring their food produce to a storage facility that will have all the natural ventilation techniques and everything to be able to do that. So it reduces the learning curve for farmers, and it's much easier for them to be able to do that. On the question of how we position ourselves, so we see ourselves basically as a company that deliver infrastructure as a service solution. So what we mean by that is that we help to build the storage facilities that are set up, and then we work with cooperatives, farmers cooperatives, to co-manage this infrastructure. So at the end of the day, what we do is that you can say that we offer to cooperatives the option to acquire that infrastructure ultimately. So it could be through a rent-to-own model, it could be through a layaway model, and then cooperative then ultimately acquires this infrastructure and then deliver the service ultimately to farmers. So yes, so it's more like a model where we build, own, and operate these facilities with cooperatives, with the idea that farmers can just walk in and use these facilities.
We're out of time. Is okay? 30 seconds?
Last question, just one question. Thank you. Apart from funding, what's the biggest challenge you face?
30 seconds.
I think other than funding, maybe the idea is how you can quickly win the trust of rural communities. Because in the past, there's been a lot of programs where they felt that they were not ultimately the beneficiaries. So that's why we're using a participative approach and a collaborative approach to tell them that we want to do this with them and ultimately to benefit, to make sure that they're the beneficiaries.
Good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, inviting now, thank you, Billow Farm from the UAE. Just give us 1 minute, okay?
So when you picture mushrooms growing, you probably don't picture the desert. But at Below Farm, that is exactly what we do. We grow mushrooms in the desert, and we are bringing the wonders of the fungi kingdom to the Middle East. We're living in a time when human and planetary health is under pressure. The planet is facing ever-increasing temperatures, water scarcity, loss of biodiversity, rising sea levels, as we all know. And these are either caused by or causing rapid urbanization, aging population, increases in non-communicable diseases, amongst this context of economic uncertainty, mental health challenges. But did you know that mushrooms actually have a unique ability to support both human and planetary health? Mushrooms can support planetary health because they can be grown in a way that is compatible with nature. Mushrooms are nature's tool in the circular economy. They break down organic matter that otherwise won't be recycled and bring it back into the circle of life. They can be grown with a really low water impact. In an area where all water is desalinated at a really high energy cost, that's a great offering. They use 10% of the amount of water as what's required for growing tomatoes in an open field. They can be grown with no pesticides or fertilizers. They can be grown locally in market on local materials, negating the need to import raw materials and also negating the need to import food. In terms of their impact on human health, mushrooms are delicious to begin with, but they're also incredibly nutritious. They have a relatively high level of protein when you compare them to plants. Combined with their meaty texture and umami flavor, it makes them a really great alternative to the less sustainable choice of having meat on your plate. On top of that, they have the complete amino acids that are required for a balanced diet. They're one of the only non-animal sources of vitamin D, and they have a whole range of health benefits that they can support in terms of the systems in our body. They're starting, if you look at the mushroom in the middle, the kind of yellowy one, that's a lion's mane mushroom. Lion's mane is meant to have neuroregenerative properties. It helps to repair nerves in your brain. People use it to treat ADHD and anxiety, and even being prescribed alongside treatments for coma patients. The ones in orange are cordyceps, they help with stamina. The ones that are curly up at the top are turkey tail. They're meant to help the gut microbiome, improving your digestion. So what Below Farm is doing is bringing all these wonders of the fungi kingdom to the Middle East. We started in 2022 when we had our first harvest from a unique facility that's been designed for growing in arid climates using circular and sustainable farming principles. We use controlled environment agriculture. We use vertical farming techniques. We use IoT sensors to make sure that the way that we're growing is the most resource effective. We're growing the nutritious food. We started off with edible mushrooms, oyster, king oyster, shiitake, lion's mane, chestnut. A lot of these mushrooms had never been grown before in this region. And we then realized that there's a huge benefit in terms of some of these more wellness mushrooms. And so we've been moving into extract products, products that are taking the essence of mushrooms' goodness and making them into a dropper so that you get the benefits from the mushrooms without having to cook them. The learning is a huge part of what we're wanting to do as well. People are coming to us every day asking for different things about mushrooms. Can we visit your farm? Can you come to my school? Can you tell me about this, that, and the other? Right here you can see our home grow kit so people can grow mushrooms in their own home, and this is something we're really looking to do more of. We've had a phenomenal response. Honestly, I can't grow mushrooms fast enough. I sell out of every mushroom I grow. I don't have any waste. I need, actually, to the point that we're about to build a 10x facility so that we can meet our existing demand. And we've had a phenomenal reception internationally and locally in terms of recognition for our work that we're doing on food security, supporting the local food production in the UAE, but also in terms of sustainable agriculture and our work towards the circular economy. So why is a mushroom farm in the desert being recognized in terms of its work in the circular economy? I should probably explain a little bit about how mushrooms grow. So mushrooms are nature's tool in the circular economy. They break down organic matter that won't otherwise be recycled and bring it back into the circle of life. The mushrooms that we grow decompose cellulosic material. So as they decompose that material, they use that as food so they can grow. When I'm talking about cellulosic material, I'm talking about seeds, leaves, wood, roots, stems. And it's that when we came to do this, we looked at what are the materials that are available here that are these cellulosic materials that we can grow mushrooms on. Date agriculture is 35% of the agriculture in the region. But if you look at those gorgeous date trees, how much of them is the actual fruit? All of the rest of that biomass is actually a waste material that's a big problem for the government. We found a way to use the date leaves from the trees and use that as a substrate to grow mushrooms on. Not only that, we're always looking at what other materials are byproducts from industries that we can use. We actually take coffee grounds from coffee shops, including ones right here at Expo, and mix that into our substrate to be able to use them to grow mushrooms. And this is actually our unique competitive advantage because all of our competitors, and there aren't many, not many people are growing, especially our types of mushrooms here in the region, are doing it on imported substrate, pre-inoculated, pre-incubated substrate just to fruit here. What does that mean in layman's terms? That means that would be like, if you're looking at the plant kingdom, growing a fully grown apple tree in Europe and then importing it here so that you can grow the apple here and then say grown in the UAE. I'll leave you to decide whether that's actually grown in the UAE. But what we've been doing with our mushrooms has had a great response. We're already selling in retailers, large hotel chains, restaurants across the UAE, and we have a growing e-commerce market as well, where we're selling a whole range of mushroom-based products. But more than that, it's all underpinned by education. Most people think of mushrooms, and they probably think of the button mushroom, the white button mushroom. But if you think of the fungi kingdom as just the white button mushroom in terms of what you can eat from it, it would be like thinking about the animal kingdom and all of the different meats that you could eat from it and just thinking of chicken. There's so much more diversity and range of flavors, tastes, health benefits that can come from mushrooms when you start to look into it. But that needs education. That needs people to understand. And this is where the Expo Live grant comes in. We are looking to launch our Funginuity program. It's going to be a UAE schools program where we will use mushrooms as a vehicle to teach children how you can grow mushrooms in the desert, but also all sorts of food. We will be creating a new generation of change agents, thinking about how they can grow their own food here and also eat a really climate-friendly and sustainable diet. We'll be teaching them ways to cook mushrooms in a way that kids actually like. So they'll have the chance to make their own mushroom grow block to take home and then fruit at home with their families. The aim for this program is to be able to reach 4,000 children in the first year, creating a whole network of change agents, but also thinking about how it will the amount of waste that we're going to be able to upcycle just through the program alone. We're looking at upcycling over 8,000 kilos of materials of date palm and coffee grounds away from landfill and making it into a nutritious food. The funds that will be used predominantly for resources, to be able to do this, human resources. We've run pilots of this already, and what we found is that we had a phenomenal response. The students who took part in it asked us if we could come back and run more and more and more, but unfortunately it's hugely time consuming for our team, and we want to be able to do more on it. But so that 60% of the revenue actually goes towards the resources. Over the time and the year of the program, we will be working towards a 12-month time point where we will achieve commercial sustainability. This is by charging a nominal fee to the school per child, which will mean that the program is able to sustain itself and run in a non-profit manner, while still having the halo effect of marketing and raising awareness of mushrooms and creating more demand for these mushrooms for our business. The key points in terms of phase up of the program start at the first phase, where we're working with just one age group of children, and then as we move into the second phase, we'll think about more age groups of children, so that when we go to one school, we can achieve a higher volume of workshops within one day, so that we're achieving higher levels of scale. So this is all made possible by our founding team, myself and my 2 business partners, and we have a team of 12 on the farm, mycologists and farmers who are really passionate about mushrooms and growing them in a sustainable way in the desert. But we're also hoping the Expo Live team will join our team and join us from seed to fruit, bringing the wonders of the Middle East of the fungi kingdom to the Middle East. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Ronte. Really good presentation. I've actually tried your mushrooms because I live in Dubai, and I've been ordering it, and so maybe I'm a little bit biased on this, but I'm just curious I think they're great. They're really delicious. Well done. Is most of your market sales so far been in the UAE, or how much have you gone into the Middle East?
Honestly, we've only focused on the UAE to date. The current capacity of our facility is only a fraction of the market. I mentioned we're about to build a 10x facility, and that will take us into a market leadership position, but it's still UAE only. There's a lot of scope to grow, and this category is actually growing double digits. There is a huge passion for mushrooms around, in terms of edible, but also wellness, so there's a huge amount of opportunity for growth there as well.
Have you done any kind of carbon footprint analysis of your production versus imports, or do you plan to if you haven't?
We did an early stage one, which probably was not as robust as it needs to be, but we calculated that we saved 300 tons of carbon dioxide per year, based on the amount of mushrooms that we grow when we're growing mushrooms here on locally available waste materials, versus mushrooms that are not only mushrooms that are imported, but also, because they obviously need to be imported via cold storage, but also via mushrooms that are grown here locally in the desert on substrate that is imported. So there's a big benefit on both of those.
Thank you. Coming from like a big mushroom country, I find this really interesting. Just wondering if you can summarize the impact of your company into like one sentence. What would you say is the impact?
So mushrooms are supporting human and planetary health.
So that's more like in the health kind of impact matrix, if I understand.
Yes, so, but a health impact matrix, both in terms of environmental health and in terms of on human health.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Good presentation. I've come across very similar solutions across the region, and it's amazing, obviously, the benefits. You touched upon education as being a critical one, and that is obviously something, because you're wanting to change consumer behavior in purchasing mushrooms. I know you're trying to do that through children, next generation, but ultimately they're not the end buyer, it's the parents. So there is a challenge because I know a lot of people that love mushrooms and I also know a lot of people that don't like mushrooms. So there is a challenge there for me in terms of how do you really feel that that's going to gain traction for you to then obviously continue your growth?
Yeah, so I think it's a really fair question. So there are obviously so many ways that you can drive education, right? And I personally, I think the strongest way would be to invite everyone down to the farm and see how the mushrooms grow, see how tangible it is. But actually, mushrooms, when you're growing mushrooms, you're creating a perfect environment for a fungus to grow, which is also the perfect environment for a bacteria or a virus or a mold. So you need to have really quite tight biosecurity, and inviting everyone and his mother down to the farm to come and see it is a real risk to our production. So that was the first area that we originally considered. And so we thought the way that we can do it most efficiently is going to organizations where we can have maximum impact to then be able to spread the word and the message. And children, once they get their mind onto something, are very persuasive. So it's a starting point. It's a place that we want to start, and hopefully there'll be more that comes from it. But we do a market every week, and we have these mushroom chips, and they are phenomenal, I have to say. And even people who don't like mushrooms are like, wow, so that's my entry point.
Sorry, guys. Time is up. Thank you. Good job. Okay, let's bring down Crop Fix by eAgro, Zimbabwe. Please make your way down.
Good morning. My name is Tafalza, one of the co-founders at eAgro. We're helping smallholder farmers to be able to get access to curated and specific information to help them improve their lives. As I stand here today, I'm not just representing myself, but the thousands of smallholder farmers that we've been able to impact, improve their income, help them to be able to send their children to school. Today, Expo Live, our main focus is to be able to improve this artificial intelligence model, to be able to give these smallholder farmers more curated models and better information. But before all that, let's take a step back on how it all started. That is my mother and her sons. During the holidays, we would help her go into the field, help her farm. But I recall one stellar semester. I spent 1 week at home because we did not have school fees. The payments were late, and the farming ventures were not giving her money. That really stuck to me, so that when I finished high school, I spent the majority of my time touring the different regions of Zimbabwe to understand what the problem is, why the current solutions in the market are not working for these smallholder farmers. I then met with my co-founders, Gordon and Tafalza, who were my friends then, and we started iterating on the solution to help the smallholder farmers. But even before that, what we learned by doing these tours and moving around the smallholder farmers was astounding. These smallholder farmers were losing over 40% of their crops before they even harvested. They were relying on information that was coming down from their grandparents to their parents and now to them. This was leaving them exposed. But more so, this problem was not native to Southern Africa or Zimbabwe. Globally, over 350 million smallholder farmers lose 40% of their crops before they even harvest. This left a very huge gap in the market due to the smallholder farmers not being serviced by the big box players because they're too niche, too small, and they don't have propensity to pay. We then came up with a solution, that is CropFix. We're using artificial intelligence, satellite imagery, to be able to provide these smallholder farmers a platform to manage their crops by providing actionable insights that are tailored to each smallholder farmer's situation. We're giving them the likes of weekly personalized action plans, automatic disease detection, real-time updates. We're leveraging the power of machine learning, natural language processing, and all this complicated technology, and bundling it for smallholder farmers in a platform that they can easily use even on 2G simple phones. We've been fortunate enough to work with over 10,000 smallholder farmers in last year alone, and over 20,000 smallholder farmers since our inception. Our current status is that our platform can identify over 70 pests and diseases automatically and has been trained with over 250,000 image dataset that is unique to our own model. We have an 87% accuracy in pest detection and weather recommendations that are given to the farmers. We've been fortunate enough to have exclusive partnerships with organizations such as the Zimbabwe Farmers Union, Fair Microfinance, and Harvest Plus, which has allowed us to have presence in 4 key territories in Zimbabwe, not including Harare and Mashonaland West. Our business case is that we leverage partnerships with organizations I mentioned earlier on, such as Zimbabwe Farmers Union, where we bundle our service offering into their offering, and we provide the service to smallholder farmer as a bundled service. This has allowed us to generate a revenue of over 140,000 in the last year, and we're on track to be able to double the same revenue in this year due to the partnerships we got with the Zimbabwe Farmers Union. One of the key things that is propelling our growth is that these smallholder farmers find our platform easier and less expensive to use. We carried out a survey with the Post and Telecommunication Authority of Zimbabwe during our feasibility studies, and the key thing to why our partners and the farmers are using our platforms was mainly based on how inexpensive, easier to use, with little to no training to the smallholder farmers. The reason why you should bet on us is that we have exclusive synergies with organizations such as the Zimbabwe Farmers Union, where over the next 2 years, it's giving us exclusive access to their network of over 40,000 smallholder farmers in Zimbabwe and Zambia. We have a patent pending on proprietary technology, and we have a proven track record and measurable impact. We have an experienced and a passionate team of experts that are not just focused on profit, but improving the livelihood of these smallholder farmers in the communities in which they grew up. All in a nutshell, CropFix is easier, faster, and cheaper for these smallholder farmers and built on platforms that these smallholder farmers are already using. Now, for today, we are asking a grant ask of 100,000, which is mainly going to be focusing on enhancing our technology to improve our AI models, improve our data sets by adding wider range of crops such as wheat, cotton, tobacco to expand the numbers of farmers we can service. We also want to integrate a soil testing kits that will allow our AI model to have more data points to crunch on. We also want to have infrastructure and hardware so that we can be able to have in-field tech support and not rely heavily on the partners that we have for in-field tech support. We also want to focus on expanding our training models to new territories such as Matabeleland, which is going to give us access to over 15,000 smallholder farmers within the next year. Our project timeline has been divided in a year, and we've divided it into 4 quarters, with the main theme for the first quarter is going to be acquiring equipment and improving our AI models. The second quarter will mainly be focusing on conducting test and validation with up to 5,000 smallholder farmers, mainly in peri-urban areas. As we move into the third quarter, our main target is to expand our training program into new territories I mentioned earlier, such as Matabeleland, with access to over 8,000 smallholder farmers within the next year. In the fourth quarter, it's mainly going to be fine-tuning our AI model and our platform based on the feedback and insights, and continue farmer training and product deployment in Mashonaland West and South for scale. After all has been said and done, we are targeting to reach 15,000 smallholder farmers within the project timeline of a year to gross over 40,000 smallholder farmers to be empowered to help them farm sustainably. We want to help these smallholder farmers to reduce their chemical pesticides, increase in sustainable agriculture, and improve their farmers' income, with an increase in income of over $113 per season in each hectare that they are farming. All this has been possible by having a stellar team of support that has been helping us grow our business, with the likes of Gordon Unama, who has 5 years experience working in computer science, Hezo, who's a chartered accountancy and an ex-employee at Deloitte. We also have Tadiwa, an ex-Old Mushko member with 4 years experience in cybersecurity and coding, just to mention a few. But one of the key things that has allowed us to grow is to have an advisory board with the likes of Mrs. Fisabanda, who we got through the first pilot program that we did in 2021. We did an 8-month program with a company, Fair Microfinance, and she was so impressed and touched by the impact that we're doing that she got onto the board of advisors and later robbed in Dr. Chikwereti and Mr. Ficha Wonza. And through them, we've been able to leverage the partnerships with the Zimbabwe Farmers Union, Harvest Plus, and to grow our platform to reach over 10,000 smallholder farmers in a year. Our focus in this year is to increase the farmer density in each ward in Zimbabwe. And then the next year is to replicate the same model in our existing partners in Zambia. And in 2026, it's mainly going to be focusing on expanding in Southern Africa, focusing on Malawi. As we move forward to 2027 and onwards, we plan to replicate the same technology and the same model in countries that have similar ecosystems in Eastern Africa. So I implore you to help us to reach 1 million smallholder farmers by the year 2030 as we continuously grow and help smallholder farmers to improve their lives, to be able to see the value of their work in the field. Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you. Great presentation and love what you guys are doing. A couple of questions from my side. From the information you shared around the competition, your USP is around being, inexpensive to the end user. How are you managing to get to market cheaper than everyone else?
Okay, thank you so much for the question. So one of the key things that allows us to be inexpensive is leveraging the partnerships. The partnerships that we have with the Zimbabwe Farmers Union, it's the biggest farmers union locally in Zimbabwe, and it has networks within Zambia. So we are partnering and tapping into their network and extension service agents portfolio. So this allows us to lower our cost, and we have exclusivity with them with the next 2 to 3 years.
Okay, and then what's patentable on this solution? You mentioned the IPs pending. What is it you're actually, trying to protect, and how easy is that? Because I'm not sure what you would actually be trying to protect.
Thank you so much. So it's very hard to patent a technology, but we patent the way it works in identifying disease model. So we have an automatic disease model function where we use image recognition. So the way that our platform works in relation to access to text messages, we are patenting that side of the technology, not the whole crop fix as a bunch.
Okay, that's clear. And then is that just in Zimbabwe or throughout Africa?
So we're patenting it in Southern Africa using Aripo.
Okay, clear. Thank you.
Excellent presentation. My question is also around competitors, actually. Are you the tech person in your team? Who's holding all the tech behind and all the AI technologies that you mentioned?
It's mainly focused on Gordon, Tadio, and Ashe. Those are the people that mainly handle it, but I have a bit of insight on it.
Right, okay. So with the money coming in, what's your plan to develop the tech going forward?
Could you please repeat that? Sorry.
With the grant coming in, particularly on the algorithm and tech and AI, what's your plan?
All right. So our plan is to use part of the grant to improve our artificial intelligence model to also include large language modeling so that smallholder farmers can be able to interact and get curated information and have a conversational way to communicate with it. We also want to improve the data sets that are backing the artificial intelligence model, that is having more data cleaning and more data to be fed for the artificial intelligence model based on localized information and not generic information that is out there.
Do you also plan to expand the tech team? So how many people?
Pardon?
Are you going to expand the AI team with the grant? And then I just want to understand also, like, behind it, are you using OpenAI? What's the infra and path, and like what kind of foundation are you adopting?
All right, so yes, we're going to also increase the tech team as it's one of the core functions of our business. We currently use Amazon Web Services for the instances and hosting our platforms. So I think that's one of the key things that are going to be focused on growing, expanding, and improving our AI models on it.
Okay, good stuff. Congratulations. All right, can we then invite our last our last speech for this session, YNA Kenya, coming in from Kenya.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sebastian Mwaura, the co-founder and CEO YNA Kenya. It is back in 2019 when I was in the advertisement industry, and I met one lady who was operating a pizza outlet. And on this pizza outlet, she was looking for female riders to do the delivery to her client, and she could not get. So out of that need, back then, I found a need. I reached out to organization, the Association for the Motorcycle in the country, and they had less than 1% rider operators in Nairobi. So out of this, I jumped into it. I did market research out of the data that was available. And in 2022, we founded YNA Kenya. YNA Kenya is an impact-oriented company whereby we are empowering women to do last-mile delivery. So on this, our purpose is not only to do the last-mile delivery like any other platform available in the internet or gig economy like Uber or any other, but our work is we are doing it with electric motorcycles in the country. So on this, we are doing the production and also having delivery services on the same for women. So what exactly are we solving in this case? One, we find the gender gap in the on the transportation industry is quite big. For those who have visited Africa, they have seen it. Maybe we can pronounce it like a failed transport system, whereby the option is to use motorcycles. So on these motorcycles, that creates another problem, whereby women they are excluded, or it is a male-dominated industry. And on this, we saw there is a need for us to be able to hack the gender equality in it. And one, through one of the, to make it more cost effective, that's exactly where we jumped in and assembled electric motorcycles, developed an application for last mile delivery. And on these, one of it is to solve most of the major problem on the pollution. And in Kenya itself, we have 1.2 million motorcycles that are contributing 30% of the carbon emission in the country. So on this, we lack a safe transportation for women. And on these, there's a bit environmental issues. And creating now on these for us, for those people who are doing the last mile delivery for the companies, they lack the customer, creating like, they don't have the customization for the customers. Like they just order food, it is delivered. For example, in here in the UAE, we have the Tarabat. Like they don't have a dedicated service for particular companies. So that's exactly what we are doing. So the solution for YNA Kenya is to, we are aiming to have 12,000 electric motorcycles in the next 5 years, saving 6,800 metric tons of carbon, and also providing a safe transportation and also economic opportunity for young women. So on this, we have in-house production of electric motorcycle and also assembling. The last, for the 20 that we have, we did the production from zero, and on that, it was quite a bit complicated. So we changed a little bit for the 100 unit that we have in the production line. We did the assembling from, we sourced the material, and then we are doing the assembling itself. So on this, what we did on the platform for the delivery is we are using AI to be able to have a route optimization, and also to be able to track the carbon credit that we are saving by using the electric motorcycle. So that's now for the HAMI delivery. So on these, most of the beneficiary, one, they are women we are empowering, and also for the companies that are looking for to lower their carbon footprint. And on these, we are giving this data to the companies. One, they can be able to know how much they are saving, and also contribute, also give this data to the government. That's through the National Determinants Contribution. So our current milestone, what we have done, we have 20 riders and 20 electric motorcycles, 100 electric motorcycle in production line, and also having a mother attraction of 1800 USD. For the 2023, we had a revenue of 22,200. So, and on this, it is quite impressive because it is only coming from 20 operation. So if this number is done in a scale, it can be quite big. Going to 100, then the revenue will be able to be able to increase. So our business model is B2B. We don't deal with B2C. One, because of the safety of women, and also the complication within the industry. So we deal with the B2B. The B2B, we charge them 0.37, that's USD per kilometer. For every kilometer covered, we charge them on a mileage base. And then we have the dedicated service. That's for 300 USD per month for the dedicated service per rider. So our current competitor and also the market advantage, we have a company who are doing sale of electric motorcycles. Like, for example, EB, Nairobi Fast Blood, they are the delivery company, and Elite, also e-Bike Africa. So most of them, they are doing with cycling, like the bicycles. But for us, and then for the Nairobi Fast Erad, they are doing it with traditional motorcycles. So on that, we find ourselves having a first movers advantage because one, we are using electric motorcycle rather than the bicycles themselves. And for the other competitor, they are using the traditional motorcycles. So our unique value proposition, one is gender inclusivity. And then we have equipped our electric motorcycles with an IoT gadget that captures carbon credit that have been saved in every meter that we travel within our fleet. So on this, we also incorporated through Green Digital Innovation Hub through a partnership. We are training a module whereby the AI will be able also to calculate automatically the carbon credit and then post it to the blockchain for carbon credit tracking. And on the same for the carbon credit, these should be also be, somebody can be able to buy the carbon credit and put in terms of financing the project. So what we are going to use on these, one is the production of 100 electric motorcycle, and on board 100 new female riders, and then fine-tune the delivery app for improved efficiency. One, For now, what exactly we are doing, we have the web-based, and we install it to the customer, one for the security purposes of the riders, and then we find the production also need also we need to expand in terms of production in the next, because we already have 100 on board. So, and then we're gonna use the same money on establishing the battery swapping within where our clients are distributed. So in terms of timeline, so because this asset-heavy company, because of the electric motorcycles and what is involved within the production line, we are working with different partners. So we also put in a heavy skin on the game. We are working with different partners in terms of funding. And out of that, we aim to have in the next 24 months to have the 300 electric motorcycles completed and onboarded 300 women on the platform. So we have our team that is solid and also diverse in terms of inclusivity and also from a different background. I myself, as a co-founder and CEO, having 10 years of experience, I'm a banker by professional and then turned entrepreneur. So the other team, they have different background, and on these we have 39 years of combined experience. So on this team as well, to emphasize on it, we have been able to get a partnership which now that we got from different partners. That's from the having won the last year UN Global Climate Action and also COP28 Energy Transition Change Makers. And in 2023, within 1 year of operation, we won 9 awards globally. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think it's a really innovative problem that you're solving, and it's really good you've rooted it in your Kenyan NDC, because I can see potential there. So well done on figuring that out. I have a few questions, but also some advice as well. Just firstly, advice on your team. I'd advise you get some expertise there on environmental sustainability. Maybe you have that already, but I didn't see that in the makeup of the team, especially around carbon credit calculation, verification, and also around what happens to the batteries at the end of life and recycling. So that's really crucial from a sustainability perspective of your bikes. But my question is actually around what's the production cost per bike, and why are you choosing to produce in Kenya as opposed to importing from, say, China, for example, who are also manufacturing bikes at very competitive rates now?
Thank you very much for the advice and also for the question. One, maybe to put, there was a missing slide on the deck in terms of partners and the award. So 2 slides were missing. So that's correction. So coming now to the question, the cost of production is $1,500 per bike, $1,500 for the bike, as inclusive of the battery. So, and on this, the 20 bike that we did for the 2022, we went through a very big hassle to get all the components that are working together. So what we did for the 100 bike that we have in the production line, in the assembly, we imported all the parts from China. And now we are assembling them in Nairobi rather than doing our own model. So that's the division that we went, so that to make things easier for us. And also in terms of going to the designing and also the production, it was quite a hassle.
We have time for one more question.
Thank you for the presentation. Just follow up on that one. When you say your business model is B2B, what is the B that you're selling to? Who are them?
So the people that we onboard them are the restaurant, the fast food, and companies who are looking for the service.
Right. Okay. That's why I understand your model is per ride, and then you're doing the per ride model, and you're having like a heavy assets model. So with the expansion that right now you want to own more bikes to be able to provide for more delivery companies, and that's how you expand, right?
Yeah, on that, how we are expanding is to get more bikes on the road so that we can onboard more clients for the service.
Right, just a short note of where. Okay.
Thank you very much. Good job, Sebastian.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Congratulations to the 5 that have presented on this early morning. I want to take this opportunity to thank our judges for their very interesting questions, particularly Tenzid and Kevin. Thank you for your time today. I know Yinjing is sticking around for the next session, but thank you for your time. Thank you for your questions, and please come and do this again. Please do join us for some coffee upstairs. For the rest of you, we're running about 15 minutes behind. We'll try and catch up. So we are going to restart in 15 minutes. So 10:45, we're starting the first pitch. So please make sure that you're back here in 15 minutes. Thank you very much.
check. Hey, check, check, check.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back. Either the coffee is very good or we are struggling with our watches, but we're now running a little bit more delayed. We'll do ourselves to make some catch up here. We're now entering our last segment of our pitching days here at Expo City. So I am going to introduce our new panelists who have joined. Our friend Yijing, she was here before, so I'm not going to introduce her, but for all intensive purposes, she's great, okay? To her left, I'd like to introduce our colleague Abir Amri. She's the head of partnerships of Sharjah Entrepreneurship Center in Shira. So for those of you who are in the region, so our emirate here in Sharjah has a fantastic ecosystem for startups, and Shira is a key player in developing and incubating startups here in the Emirate of Sharjah, but also across the UAE. In her role, she focuses on building and managing key relationships to support development of Sharjah's entrepreneurship ecosystem with a primary emphasis on edtech and sustainability, creative economy, and manufacturing. Abir, thank you for coming and joining us today. And all the way to the right, we have a colleague who is not a stranger to the program, Sami Kamel, who's the executive leader at Dutco Cleantech, out of Dutco Group, also a corporation here in the UAE. He's a corporate leader with extensive global energy, capital-intensive, and industrial IoT experience, accompanied by a track record of establishing and managing diversified, multicultural, commercial, global, and deal origination teams. He's been around for some time and a good colleague of ours and coming back to the program for a new rounds of assessing. So these are our judges for today, for the next session. And with that in mind, I'd like to invite our first finalist to come, Mega Gas Alternative Energy from Kenya. Okay, microphone is on.
Thank you. Our mom is crying. My mom, she's crying. My name is Peter Njeri. I come from Kenya. I come from a family of 9, 7 brothers, 2 sisters. I grew up in a place called Soweto. My siblings and I will walk for miles in search of food for cooking. And on coming back home, I will see our mom crying and choking from the smoke. 4 million people die annually from indoor pollution. Apart from that, we have a huge problem with plastic waste across the world. And people are cutting trees for fuel. So many problems, right? But I am a leader. I have a solution for these problems. Our company provides low-income families with clean and affordable cooking gas through our community kitchens. So a community kitchen is a room that we are fitted with our gas and stoves. So people from the low-income areas, they just come in, they cook their food, and they carry their food home at very affordable price points. So how do we produce our gas? We have a very frontier process that we use. We work with community-based people who collect the plastic waste on our behalf. This plastic waste is brought into our plant. Then through the value chain of the innovation, we are able to harvest the gas, compress, and sell at very affordable price points through our kitchens. Our process is clean and has been certified by the people in our country, Kenya. So our customers are women from the low-income people in our country. They live on $2 a day, and they work in the sectors that are low income in Kenya. So I want to speak more about this community kitchen. How do they work? So we have a room that we are fitted with our gas and stoves. So maybe say if you want to cook your rice and your beans, you just come in with your food, you cook, and then you carry your food home, and you only pay $0.2 for you to cook for a whole 1 hour. So it's very affordable for them because they just come in, they pay per use, and they carry their food home. So the value that we give to our customers is 1, our gas is 50% cheaper. Apart from that, it has a higher calorific value, and this means that it burns for long and faster. Our gas is very affordable through our kitchens because they only pay per use. And apart from that, we are completely closing the plastic waste loop by converting this plastic waste into clean and affordable cooking gas. We have some good traction. We are serving over 60,000 families each month. We have 6 kitchens. We are recycling an average of 114 tons. And we are working with about 100 people who collect this plastic waste. And through our theory of change, we are training households on how they can be able to sort their waste at home because we want to create a lasting change for them. We have a bidded market of 200,000 people. The aim is to serve 40% of this. Serving a bidded market of 80,000 customers, we project that over the next 2 years, we are going to be making a profit of $3 billion US, and the key drivers of this are going to be the number of customers, the cost of selling, and the price of the product. And this money is going to be plowed back so that we can be able to scale. We not only care about profits, but we care about the health of the planet. And that is why, serving a bidded market of 80,000 customers, we project that we are going to be stopping about 2.9 million kgs of CO2 from being emitted into the air. Apart from that, we are currently recycling an average of 114 tons, and we ensure that this plastic never goes to the fields again. And also, we are stopping people from cutting trees because we are providing them with energy through our kitchens. And we are championing a number of SDGs. We have some great gender impact. We are providing women in STEM with a place where they can be able to come and intern. They come into our company, they work, and those who are good, we're able to employ them. Apart from that, the people who collect the plastic waste, we help them to earn a consistent income. And also, we are transitioning people from using charcoal and other biomass fuels. And by using our kitchen, they have enough time to do other things. We have had some great wins over the last 12 months. The first one is that we were chosen among the top 3 most innovative companies in Africa, and we got a very big grant. And this was after months of site visits and works. So for us to be chosen among the top 3, it was a very good thing for us because it shows that we are doing some great stuff in our country. Apart from that, we were chosen among the top 3 best companies in the energy sector by the German Energy Agency. And also, I was very humbled. In 2023, I was the winner of the prestigious Global Citizen Award. And this goes to show that we are doing some great work, and we are very humbled by that. We have a great team. We have been together we have a great mix of salespeople and engineering team. We have been together since 2014. When we started, I had hair, a lot of hair, but now the hair is not there. But we have been together for many years. And as a team leader, I'm very focused, and I'm very, I just want to lead this team so that we can be able to scale our work. So we are here to ask for a grant of $100,000, and this money is going to be used to build 2 new kitchens. We also want to increase our production capacity, and we also want to do R&D on other kind of stock that we can use for the production of our gas. We also want to build a Pego platform so that our customers can be served well. We understand that the project is only as good as the team. So we want to add more people into the team, and we are going to invest into M&E. So we want to do all this within an year, and we have a plan. We have a great team, so each team is going to be doing their own part, and we believe that we are going to be able to do all this within an year so that we can be able to scale. So why should you give us this grant? The first one is that we are going to build 2 new kitchens, and each kitchen can serve about 10,000 people. So we are going to serve an extra 20,000 people. We are going also to increase the tonnage from about 114 tons of plastic waste to about 250. We are going to build 2 community kitchens. I'm sorry about that. And we're also going to do R&D on the different kind of stock that we can be able to use. Apart from that, we are going to stop CO2 from being emitted by transitioning this household from using charcoal and other things into using our kitchen. And we are going to create an extra about 120 jobs because we are going to increase the amount of plastic waste, and that means that we need more people to collect, more people to clean, more people to sort, and also for the jobs that are going to be created through the community kitchens. And the last one is through the theory of change. We are going to train an extra 1,000 households on how they can manage their plastic waste at source. Ladies and gentlemen, the best ideas are the ones that you go through. The personal ones that are born out of your own things, and those we start to help a few, but ended up helping so many people. Ladies and gentlemen, my mom, she's not crying. She's not crying anymore because she has access to clean and affordable cooking gas. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the presentation. Great project. Can you elaborate a bit on your supply chain? What's the contractual relationship between you and the waste collectors? Are they your employees?
Yeah.
Or it's on an incentive basis? So they're like, anyone can join this network. You just give them an incentive per ton or per kilo of plastic collected.
Yes.
And is there like a closed loop where you also allow women to bring plastic waste from their homes and give it in kind instead of paying the 20 cents per hour? So you give her access to the kitchen if she brings plastic waste instead of money.
Yeah, a very good question. So we don't own the people who collected the plastic waste. So anyone, they can join in a group, and then they bring the plastic waste to us, and then we weigh the plastic waste, and then we pay them at the end of the month. So any person from the community, they can just come into a group, and they supply it to us. Another good thing is that, yes, like you said, you don't have to need cash for you to cook. You can actually come with the plastic waste. So say I have 2 kg, I have 3 kgs of this waste, so I just need to cook. So maybe for 2 kg, you can cook for half an hour, and then you carry your food home. Yeah.
Thanks so much for the great presentation. I was wondering if you know any other innovative competitors or innovations that might be a competition in the landscape.
Yes, we have a lot of competition in the country. We have people like K Gas, we have Total Gas who sell their gas, the LPG. But the problem is that this gas is very costly because the average cost of a 6 kg goes for about $20, which is very hard for people to afford, right? So yes, we have the LPG sellers, but it's very costly. And the people who we want to sell to cannot be able to afford. Apart from that, we have now the other sources of energy, like charcoal, which is not good for the health of the people. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I wanted to ask what challenges you faced in your journey and how you overcame them.
Yeah, it's a very good question. So the first thing was that it was hard to sell the vision to the team because now you tell them we can take this plastic waste and then we're able to convert into gas. We were the first company in the whole Africa to be able to do that. So they were like, okay, we believe you, but we don't believe you. So it was very hard for me to sell it at first. But when they captured the vision, we worked together and we were able to scale. The other thing is that we stayed for almost 6 years without any support, any grant. So we are just getting money from family, friends, and fools. For 6 years, we just built, blood and sweat, and here we are. So those were the two main things that we faced.
Follow-up question. The revenue you're making from the selling hours in the kitchen by the users, is it enough to cover the salaries of the waste collectors? Have you reached this stage yet?
Yes. The sales so far so good. We are making some good sales, and it's able to cover the cost of the whole company. But for scaling is where we just need a little bit of support for us to continue the scale. Yeah.
Very great. Thank you.
Good job. Thank you. Can we invite Seaskin from Morocco? Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I am Nawal Allawi, the CEO founder. It's not working. Oh, okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Nawal Allawi, the CEO founder of Siskin Morocco. Siskin Morocco is a social company specialized in recycling fish waste to produce natural fish leather through a process of dry tanning that optimizes more than 90% of water normally used in the tanning processes and 95% of time of the vegetal tanning that consume 3 months about to produce a quantity. In Siskin, we sell leather to brands that look for fish leather for their creations and gadgets for companies. But also, we have Rhea, the queen of sustainable fashion, which is our brand that creates products based on this sustainable material and other sustainable materials. We create in Rhea bags, shoes, accessories that are destined for consumer, and we are selling them in concept stores, hotel shops, and exhibitions. But why are creating all this? The major problem of the tanning industry are, firstly, the big quantity of water normally used in this tanning, in this industry. Almost 37,000 liters of water that we need to produce 1 ton of leather. Also, we use a lot of chemical products that are dangerous, but it makes the process faster. That's why everyone creates the leather based on chemical product. And the natural product is very valuated in the market because it's a rare thing. Also, it's a man-dedicated industry because it's really dangerous and it's demand a lot of work that women doesn't have the ability to do it. It's a big problem, but it wasn't the big problem that I see when I started this business. I started this business when I did a need assessment in a small coastal regions beside Casablanca. And I discovered fish leather covering species, a horrible smell, and it's deranged the people who live there, a lot of health problems. Also, women of these regions suffer from the employment. There is no stable and secure jobs for those women. And all the men quit the coastal villages to go to the city to find a job, which make from Morocco a country where we have like a lot of villages with 0 men. All the men are in the city to look for a job, and women stay in the village. That's why our beneficiaries are women from those regions that do treating the fish correctly. Also, youth from this region that we encourage to stay here, and we train them to get a better job. And the artisans that don't have enough demand and they are talented, so we train them in the quality and time management to deliver good product that you see exactly. Actually, until now, we have a strong product portfolio, having over 20 different products, bags, accessories, shoes, etc. We have partnership with concept stores and hotel, for example, Sofitel. We're also creating job opportunities for 20 women and 2 youth in difficult situation. And we have been recognized as a top 3 social entrepreneur change maker from the World Skills, the World Cup of the Skills in Kazan. Our business model is selling the leather for companies and brands that look for original leather. Also selling the gadget for companies that look for gadget sustainable and original for their events, and selling our products, final product, to the customer directly through the concept stores, hotel chains, and exhibitions. And we are working to launch our website. We have many competitors, direct and indirect. But we are the best because we are creating ecosystems. We are proximately to the raw material. For example, in Essaouira, we take fish waste from Essaouira, we recycle it in Essaouira, we send it to artisan of Essaouira to produce product, and we sell it in Sofitel Essaouira and other concept stores. So we are creating ecosystems which make the cost lower. Also, our process allow us to have a lower cost because of we are reducing time, which is money. We are using natural product existing in the region, and it's give us the opportunity to have a low cost and better product. Also, we have a potential of differentiation because we created the recipe, we created the process, so we adapt the process and the recipe for every type of fish. It's not only one type or two types like the others, but we are adapting to any type of fish. Also, we have a brand story and the focus on the highlighting the Moroccan heritage, which is very rich. We are creating specific product that really are that Morocco are really known by them. For example, slippers. This grant gonna allow us to create our dream workshop, a workshop that responds to all the criterias, because we have some clients that ask us for certifications or for some criteria to work with us. For example, the Corte Inglés, and this opportunity we can get it if we have like a workshop with all the criteria dedicated. Also, we're gonna dedicate this grant also to develop the product, get certifications for the product. We are creating a 100% sustainable product with natural material, but we don't have a certification that proves that this product is natural, made only by natural product. Also, this grant gonna help us to develop the quality, the finishing of the leather. We have a good quality, but we can do better if we have some machines. Also, this grant gonna help us to have like a strong brand identity. We have a story, we have a strong base, but we need to develop it, to deliver it to the consumer. So this grant can help us to deliver this story and this expertise to everyone and make a good branding. Our project timeline, actually, we are working, our project timeline is to create a workshop with a good space, all the criteria that we need to have the certifications and work with the big brands and the big retailers that ask us for all those paper to work with us. Also, create a strong marketing strategy and deliver it to the consumer to have this identity. Also, export our product. Actually, now we are exporting our product, but without our know. We sell the product to retailers who take the product and make their name to send it outside. So if we have a strong marketing, we can sell our product by our name outside. We also gonna deliver our website and launch it and start the e-commerce part. The e-commerce part, which is a big opportunity and a huge potential for us. We are Nawal, Umayma, and Abdelhamid. We are three industry engineers that share the same vision, the same passion. And we are advised by three other advisors from SAP, Alan, Misha, and Pilar, that I didn't put here, sorry, who come to work as a mission with us 5 months ago. And today, they are our advisor. They helped us to recognize the company and see what are the main points where we should work. And they are accompanying us to make it, to realize the objectives that we put. Thank you so much. Let's join this adventure. Let's change the world and be the change. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much for the presentation. I hope your throat is okay. Just wondering, yeah, please take more water, yeah, thank you. Just wondering, what are your sales channels and what are the percentage of the sales channels right now, and in the future, which are the sales channels that you might want to expand into?
Per now, we are selling like about 30% of our production of leather. We are selling it as a raw material to other brands that create product based on this material. We also sell gadgets. It's about 30% of our turnover are gadgets for events. So we work with many companies who look for original and sustainable product. We work also with two communication agencies that deliver our product to their clients. For the rest, we are selling in the hotel shops. We have like 3 hotel shops in Casablanca, in Essaouira and Marrakesh with Sofitel. We also sell in the concept stores. We have 5 concept stores partners with who we work, and we're selling in exhibitions, private sales. We look for opportunities like to exhibit and sell our product. Before, we doesn't had like agreement for this. But after when SAP came and make the diagnostic, we are working now to make everything with agreements to make it sustainable and secure it.
I'd like to follow. Thank you, first of all, for the presentation. Following on that, can you share with us what your current marketing strategy is and how you envision it evolving once you, or if you get the grant?
So until now, we have we are preparing all the branding. Rhea, the queen of sustainable fashion, we branded it with Essaouira, one of the cities where we work. So until now, we are just launching the brand. But if we have like a grant and get more funding for this, we are planning to put it online and invest more on the online part. Also work with influencers, because it's the thing that work a lot for us, especially in Morocco. We work a lot with influencers, and it's need a lot of money to work with them. Also, until now, we have for the hotels where we work, we have a TV in front of the of the shop, where we tell our story and tell the person the process. So the person, when he come to buy a product, he see the story and the steps to make the products.
You mentioned something important when you said security. And to be able to really, truly replace the leather as a product, leather industry, you need to scale up.
Oh.
And to scale up, you would need steady supply of feedstock. Can you talk a bit about where's the source, where are you getting the fish waste from? Are you getting it at the household level, or you go to fish factories where you've contracted that you will take all of their fish waste? Because I only see 3 people. Sorry, the collection of the fish waste, you must have like small number of suppliers with big volume.
Yeah.
Sorry, Nawal, can you answer in 30 seconds, please?
Yeah, sure. For the raw material, we come up with the raw material from the port, restaurant, and the farms that do the poisson filet. It's a filet fish. So we have the youth who make the collection of this quantity and deliver it to the workshop. For the security, we created a manual of procedures where we explain everything, and we do the check every month with the workshop to see if every steps are respected and well done for the security. And we have an insurance that covers the security part, the civic security, and the accident travail, work accident insurance for all the employees who work with us.
Thank you, Noah.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Time is up. Can we have Geo Aircon from Pakistan come down? Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me. I am Hassamuddin from Pakistan, CEO and founder of Geo Aircon. And today I would like to tell you about a new form of climate control technology that we have made, which is both affordable and sustainable. Climate change is a reality faced by all of us, but its impact is disproportionately more for those already economically disadvantaged. We have seen years over years of record-breaking heat. But as for some of us, we can simply turn on the air conditioning. But for 80% of the households in South Asia, that is simply not an option because they simply can't afford it. That's almost 1.1 billion people. With temperatures regularly reaching 50 degrees Celsius, you can well imagine how life is without air conditioning. And perhaps even more concerningly is the fact that the wet bulb temperature, which is a combination of high heat and high humidity, is on the rise. It is the first time ever that we have seen this critical point cross the threshold level of 32 degrees Celsius in Jacobabad. And by 2070, as reported by Copernicus, which is the Earth observation arm of the European Space Agency, more than 70% of the population in Pakistan and India shall face similar conditions. And at 32 degrees Celsius of wet bulb temperature, human survival is at stake. Let's forget for a moment the affordability issue. Are even the current options sustainable? You see, we need around 10 new AC units for the next 30 years, as reported by the IEA. This means adding 10 new units each and every second. So the impact of the air conditioning already installed contributes to 60% of the greenhouse gas emissions of the building industry. And for the region, its impact is 2.7 times more. So while some of us turn on the air conditioning to make it comfortable for themselves, they're actually contributing to the vicious cycle of climate change and making it worse for others. The solution might have been provided by Mother Earth all this time, right beneath our feet. Inspired by the ancient Qanat-based cooling system developed by the Persian, remnants of which are still available in Balochistan, Pakistan, we use the cool underground temperatures to cool down buildings at a fraction of the cost. You see, at the surface, when the temperature fluctuates, the deeper you go, the more the temperature stabilizes. So after 10 feet, the temperature tends to be the median of the year-round temperature. And in Pakistan, this can be when the ambient temperature might be 5 degrees Celsius, it is still 21 degrees. And when the ambient might be as high as 45 degrees, it's still around 22 degrees Celsius. So taking inspiration from the same phenomena, we developed a new form of high flow dual exchange system, which basically circulates water deep underground. And then we are able to use these underground temperatures to cool down buildings in the summers and heat them in the winters at fraction of the cost, up to 70% less. And another key advantage is when talking about conventional ground source heat pumps seen in the Western world, we are 10 times cheaper. And we are the pioneers of this field for the hot climate areas. A key advantage of our solution is its scale amongst multiple sectors. Essentially, the housing, which requires immense amount of air conditioning, can be catered. Agriculture, which is facing devastation as the temperature rises. You see abandoned buildings across Punjab. They can be accommodated. And for the industry, because as the humidity rises, the effectiveness of the cooling tower decreases. So we also have industrial clients which are adopting our technology. The traction has been fast, developing the MVP in around 20 and then piloting the project. We have executed more than 200 tons of commercial projects for industry, for universities, for residences. And now we are seeking to deploy much more advanced project that shall scale the implementation of the technology even further. The market, fortunately or unfortunately, is huge and growing at an exponential rate. Already at a 400 billion mark, it is expected to triple by 2050, as I mentioned before. We have kept our business model quite simple in order to scale. We employ a B2B2C model in which we develop micro entrepreneurs, train them, provide them with the supplies, and they then in turn are able to install it throughout the country. Coming to the competition, when we think about cost-effective ways of cooling, the first option that comes to mind is an evaporative cooler. But again, the problem being, if you have high humidity, their effectiveness is limited. Coming to other inverter technology, not only is the initial cost prohibitive, but we require certain conditions for them to be very effective. So Geo Aircon fulfills the low cost and high thermal comfort segment. And importantly, we are targeting the 1 ton to 1.5 ton market, which no one caters to internationally. The grant will be essential for us to scale our technology. It shall help us develop infrastructural capacity that shall help us reach economies of scale, thus lower our price by 30 tons, expand our coverage by investing in R&D that shall make the solution applicable to even more geographical areas, increase the market served, and allow for vertical integration. In the coming year, we hope to invest in further R&D, scale our operations to reduce the price point, and expand to geographically diverse areas. Over the next 5 years, we hope to have installed 25,000 tons of capacity, which equates to around 100,000 tons of CO2 reduction. Our team consists of highly passionate and motivated engineers and business individuals with expertise in the domain. And we have also partnered with MIT and the leading research institute in Pakistan for the application of the technology. And our vision is to enable affordable and sustainable thermal comfort for the masses in the developing world. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the presentation. Can you talk a bit about how do you secure demand? Do you go out and you contract customers in an area or a neighborhood, and then you start establishing your cooling system? Or you find an area that's suitable, you invest in the cooling system, then you start to look for customers?
Yes. So what has happened, luckily for us, is that we won a couple of awards in our own country. And even from the limited awareness there, we got a lot of uptake through the industry, through the Chamber of Commerce. So we had industries, land developers, and universities come to us without even marketing. And the demand is so much because the energy price point is very intense. People are paying as much for energy as they are paying for rents. So the demand is so high that we do not need to market at all, and already we have 1 year of projects in pipeline. So later on, we do plan to establish demo projects, which will basically raise awareness among the people so that they can adopt it. So through the grant, we shall also establish some demo projects.
And you plan to sell cooling as a service, or you will sell the system and let the owner of the system to sell the cooling?
Yes, if I can show you, the price point is very low. We are selling it at $250 per ton. So we just simply sell it to the customer, and we sell it to the customer, and he himself is able to use it like conventional air conditioning. So he owns the system. The lifetime of the system is 50 years. And the only part which needs replacement is after every 6 years, which is a simple pump, which costs less than $70.
Thank you for the presentation. Wondering what stage of the maturity of the technology is at right now, and then how of the technology is protected right now? Like what kind of IPs, patents you have? Yeah.
Yes. So we are commercially deploying the technology, so TRL level 9. And with regards to the patents, we are working with MIT Solve to develop the patents of the technology so that it can be scaled. Although in our areas, patents are not strictly enforced, so it's all about economies of scale and rapidly penetrating the market, which we hope to be a better bet to ensure sustainability of our company.
Just follow up, to scale the technology, what kind of support do you think is most needed right now for you?
Yes. So as I mentioned, that the grant would allow us to develop infrastructural capacity. So that would mean vertical integration. There are certain components that currently we have to import. So when we will be able to develop them by ourselves, we shall be able to reduce the price point even further. So this shall include our manufacturing of some components of the heat exchanger themselves. And further, there are other aspects to the projects which also require R&D. So as we are able to invest in it, we shall be able to have a product which is scalable.
Thank you so much. Following the question on scaling, have you identified what other geographical locations you're looking to enter, and how do you plan to enter these markets?
Yes, very relevant question. So already we have reached a point where we are able to cater to the northern areas of Pakistan, India, and Bangladesh. But we want to expand it further to the areas, coastal areas, for example, Karachi, Mumbai, and even UAE. For those areas, we need to research further on increasing the efficacy of the solution. And once we are able to develop a hybrid kind of a regime for this, we shall also be able to cater to these coastal areas where the requirement is very high.
Good. All right. Good job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we invite Ecocentric from the UAE? Please come down.
Hello. Does this work? Yes. All right. Hello, my name is Sarah, and I'm the co-founder of Ecocentric. I've been living in the UAE for the past 23 years, so UAE is like home, and we have developed this solution for the UAE. All right, so what we do, we make convenience sustainable. Ecocentric is an online marketplace with a product, which is reusable containers, and we fulfill our orders with logistics management. We are a marketplace for many categories. However, we are focusing right now on food delivery with reusable packaging, and which can be reused up to 500 times. The way we do it, we supply our vendors with these containers, and they are later on returned by the customer for washing and reuse. Oh, well, it's just one disposable item, said 8 billion people. I think we can all resonate with this image. Actually, the story of Ecocentric started during the pandemic when we heavily relied on online orders. The co-founder of Ecocentric was always complaining to me how much waste he produces, till the point where one of the very famous aggregators called him and asked him for a survey. How can they improve their processes, since he was like selected one of the best customers of the month because of the frequencies he was ordering, and he was awarded a voucher. And he did mention that you have to do something about your packaging because it's so unsustainable, especially because for a period of time the trash management was suspended in our area, and all that single-use trash was accumulating in our home. And this is when it struck us, because they told him that it's not in their hands and they can't do anything about it. So we found this as an opportunity to research how can we make food delivery more sustainable. You might think, yeah, but most of the things are now packed in papers. Well, those paper bags and containers are plasticized. So as a matter of fact, they can't be recycled, which takes us to the problems of the online food ordering. Less than 9% of plastic ever produced is recycled, and single-use plastics are not even considered for recycling due to the contamination, the grease that comes with it. Recycling is expensive, and people prefer a virgin plastic rather than the recycled one. Moving on into unhealthy microplastics that seep into our food when exposed to heat and light. And of course, when we get our food delivered, it comes with the noise and the air pollution generated by fuel-powered vehicles. And also, the packaging cost for the vendors is really high, and in coming years with the UAE plastic bans, it's going to go only higher because biodegradable materials are going to be prioritized, and single-use plastics are going to be removed completely. But fear no more. Ecocentric is introducing a healthy and responsible alternative to your online ordering with an exciting ordering application with packaging management system, plastic-free reusable food containers that come with different sizes for different kinds of food, and emission-free delivery. I have a 1-minute video which is going to show us how it works.
Welcome to Ecocentric, revolutionizing sustainable online ordering. Choose a vendor and select few items. At the checkout, select the container return option and agree to return them on time. Your order has been placed. Thank you for being eco-awesome. The order triggers a notification to our vendor. The vendor accepts the order and calls the rider. Menu items are pre-assigned.
Small technical glitch, I believe. Shall we go back?
We try play it again.
Welcome to Ecocentric, revolutionizing sustainable online ordering. Choose a vendor and select few items. At the checkout, select the container return option and agree to return them on time. Your order has been placed. Thank you for being eco-awesome. The order triggers a notification to our vendor. The vendor accepts the order and calls the rider. Menu items are pre-assigned.
Okay, we're not in luck. I'll just summarize it for you. So basically, we are a marketplace similar to other aggregators. We do not cook, we don't sell food, we do not produce these containers. We are a marketplace where other vendors, like restaurants, list their menu items, And as a customer, you order directly through our platform. You place an order, you choose when you want to return these containers, and your order is packed and delivered with electrical motorbikes. You have different ways to return these containers. The one that we encourage the most is at your next order. Looking at our market size, the online food delivery market in the UAE specifically is projected to reach $2.2 billion by the end of this year and double by 2029, according to Statista. We're looking only at 25% of the middle-class citizens of Dubai and Abu Dhabi, which equates to $123 million market. And with the new plastic bans, this number is just the beginning. Competition, of course, the other food delivery platforms are our indirect competitors because they do deliver food, however, we do it differently. Hence, we are targeting different kind of a customer. But it's worth mentioning that there are indirect competition. There are companies similar to Ecocentric worldwide. However, we looked at the gaps and we developed it and came up with a product that is enhanced version of their operations. Differentiation factors. First of all, we provide these containers free of charge to the vendors. We are an impact-driven business. We have exciting features like carbon calculator that not only calculates the impact, but also saves our customers money due to our loyalty programs. And we prioritize emission-free delivery. Our revenue streams is primarily from commissions from the vendors, similarly to other aggregators, and service charges, delivery fees, and also the sales of unreturned containers. If a customer decides to keep the container, we will then charge him. But initially, we don't keep any deposits. By year 5 of our operations, we are projecting to eliminate more than 10 million single-use containers and tons of gases and water from going into landfill in the atmosphere by using reusable containers. And of course, this is for-profit business, and we are going to generate net profit of over $9 million after the investment that we are seeking. So this idea was born after COVID. We have taken our time to research the market, test different materials. We made sure our materials do not contain any plastic. We tested different samples. We came up with the design. The design is completely owned by us. We have also participated in different incubator programs and won several prizes. And we are currently ready with an MVP. We had announced our soft launch a couple of months ago, and we have taken the feedback to improve, and we are ready to relaunch to the market for our first pilots. And of course, as we move forward, we're looking to add new reusable containers, onboard more vendors and more categories in our platform. These are some of our achievements. I don't want to forget to mention that we are a socially certified entity by Ma'an, the Authority of Social Contributions in Abu Dhabi. And we are also part of the Badayat Incubator, and they provide us with an office space, so we're very grateful for their support. Project timeline. We are looking at 3 different phases, how we're going to utilize the grant if we get the opportunity. Of course, we will have to hire more staff and conduct training during the preparatory phase. We would need to invest in marketing to spread the awareness, and we are also working on a different kind of revenue stream. So R&D is going to be part of the first phase, and then in the direct promotion, we're going to invest heavily on marketing and advertising. And as we move forward in our pilot, we're going to be gathering the feedback from the consumer and find ways how we can improve to generate more impact and, of course, add more vendors and get more active users on our platform. So mainly the grant use is going to be utilized for employees and riders to deliver those orders. Of course, marketing and tech maintenance of our platform. These are some of the vendors that have onboarded. Currently, we have 25. For this pilot, we're going to start with 6 in one area, which is the Sustainability City in Dubai. And this is the dream team, myself and Irvin. We are the co-founders. He's also my husband, in case the last name didn't give it away. Myself, I'm an architect, designer. I have conducted master degree with a focus on social sustainability. Irvin has 15 years of experience in quality assurance and business development. Mohammed is our CTO, a founder of Zen Solutions, who have dedicated 3 developers to our platform. Nora is our marketing manager. Sania is the accounts manager. And of course, we have mentors and advisors, well-known AWS, Will, and Tina from Sheraton 37. Is going back here. We might have different backgrounds, but what brings us together is the passion for sustainability, and we are confident in ability to deliver on our commitment. It's time for us to be less egocentric and be more ecocentric. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. A couple of questions. Just to clarify, you're entering into the food delivery business, so you're going to compete directly against existing players, as you showed here, Deliveroo, Talabat, etc. That's
yes.
Accurate? Correct. Okay. In one of the charts, you mentioned you'll be an emissions-free delivery.
Correct.
Can you elaborate how you're looking at the carbon footprint of the business? Are you looking at electrified delivery vehicles also charged by solar, or is just the emissions-free is only related to the container?
No.
Because it's a big statement to say we're an emissions-free delivery.
Correct. So basically, we are collaborating with a third-party 3PL, third-party logistics supplier, who brings us electrical motorbikes with riders, and they can deliver, they can bring us on demand the quantity of riders as we need. And they are also working with a company called Waze, which provides them charging stations with swappable batteries, and these stations are also solar panel powered. So we do not produce or source directly the motorbikes. However, we're relying on a third party for this.
Hi, thanks for the presentation. I have a bit challenging question on what if Deliveroo also using recycled material, and then they also replacing all the vehicles. What's your kind of competition strategy?
So basically, we are a marketplace not only for food delivery. We have many other categories, and food delivery is just the beginning. We also want to focus on sustainable merchandise and also consultancy and any sort of sustainable, advertise and promote sustainable businesses. Now, in order for Deliveroo to change completely their systems, it will take time. So we do have an advantage to be the first market commerce. And of course, we dedicate our efforts to make the processes sustainable. So this is our main drive in the business, while they are driven more by profit. I hope that answers your question. And actually, we are...
Sorry, Sarah, if there's a question, now is the time, because we got 30 seconds to go. Yeah, 30 seconds.
All right. So we are actually developing a plugin that could work with Deliveroo and other players, where they can use our container management system to make their processes more sustainable. As a matter of fact, we are speaking to Expo Eats, which is a known platform here, to how can we work it out. So if we can develop a solution for one aggregator, we can replicate it with the big players as well.
Good stuff. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, can we invite Datecrete to come in from the UAE? Please come down.
Hello, hello, testing. All good? I just wanted to, it's the big button, right? Okay. I just want to double check something. Okay, are we still in the morning or it's afternoon? Good afternoon, everyone. Feels so good to finally start doing my pitch. I just wanted to say, although Yusuf told us at the beginning of on the induction that we're not competing each other, and I'm so thankful we're not competing with each other because it would have been a terrifying competition. Because all the other projects are just so interesting and just doing such big things. It feels to me that sometimes we're doing nothing. So can I get a round of applause for all the other projects? Okay, so my name is Khalid. I'm the co-founder of Datecrete. I founded Datecrete along with my wife, Sarah, who's in the audience. We founded Datecrete, we started thinking about Datecrete early in 2022. And 2022 as well happened to be the year that we got married. And the year we got married was, it was a ceremonial marriage, but it was not just a marriage in that sense, a formal one. It was also a marriage of disciplines, because my background is chemical engineering and her background is in architecture. So she's design-minded and I'm scientific research-minded. And we had a passion for solving big world problems. And we had a passion for looking at traditional culture, traditional practices. And we both wanted to come up with our own sustainable material. So one day, we were driving in the car and I asked Sarah, have you ever stepped on a date seed barefoot? And she said, no. So I said, yeah, try that. It hurts so bad, it feels like stepping on a Lego, which led us to the next point of the discussion, which was, how come it's so hard? And we started reading into, going into the literature and reading more about it. And we realized that date seed has the same constituency as wood, the primary component being lignocellulose. We further delved deeper into research, and we understood that the region has been using date seeds in so many different ways. It's been used for cosmetic uses, it's been used for medicinal uses, and this is pre-modern era. And it's also been used for dietary uses. And that inspired us to look further into using this project, using this very valuable resource. So as we dug deep, we also applied to a program which we got accepted to, called Tanween by Tashkil, and that's where our journey began. And the first thing we wanted to do was see how we can use the date seed and make a sustainable material out of it. And then we jumped right into the research phase, where we realized that the best way to do it was to procure date seeds from plants. What these plants do is that they produce things like date syrup, date molasses, pitted dates, you know, the dates with the little fruits in them and the nuts and things like that. And there's a lot of demand for that, especially since they're trying to replace sugar. So with that, just one plant ends up discarding 15 tons of date seeds a day, which is a wasted resource, and you can say it's like wasted wood. So the plan was get that discarded date seed, grind it into dry it outside in the sun, grind it into powder, and mix it with a chemical binder. We took some time to figure out which binder to use. It was a whole process, and we finally were able to come up with something that was so strong that we ended up testing it in the lab later on and proved to be stronger than concrete and even lighter. So I'll present to you a small sample. This is Datecrete. Anyone's free to touch it later on. I'll just keep it at the judges' table. So this is Datecrete, And this is what we're aiming will replace traditional concrete. As you might know, traditional concrete industry is responsible for 8% of the world's CO2 emissions. And our end goal is to use this material for construction. It's going to be a challenging journey, but we'll try to do that. Okay, a couple of important points as well about Datecrete. We do not use any resins. It's a fully local alternative to cement. It does not use any cement, nothing. It's a chemical binder and ground date seeds. And just a quick note, we have a bunch of very boring slides coming up. Seriously, there was a misunderstanding among our team. We thought for some reason these were going to be used as a draft or something like that, but they ended up using for a pitch, and the organizers said we couldn't change them last second, which we're okay with. So my wife said, "You're charismatic. You can get them with your convincing and persuasion skills. So use this as just background decoration and try to focus on me and the material and the vision. All right. So I'll just go through some of the points. Just use them as pointers, and I'm ready to take any questions from the judges or the audience. So Datecrete is a material research and design studio that helps bespoke green industry businesses replace Portland cement with a sustainable alternative material. The opportunity is, as mentioned, the date seed industry is a huge industry. Just one plant out here, the Baraka date plant, produces 15 tons of date seeds per day, which completely gets discarded. Sometimes it's used to, they grind it and give it to like cattle feed and things of the sort. But besides that, it's pretty much considered waste material. Our current beneficiaries, or you can say our initial business model, is working in the design industry, because the design industry we found to be has more openness and willingness to work with experimental materials. So this is basically our initial testing and not initial testing, but our playground where we can pretty much try and stretch our material to its full capacity. As such, we get lots of interest from architectural firms, businesses and government agencies looking for sustainable products, furniture and art galleries, so on and so forth, and design and interior decorators as well. So this is pretty much, as I mentioned, the playground. And this is the current status. We did 2 key tests to the material early on. One is the ASTM C109, and the other is the ASTM C78, which is tests the compressive strength and tests the flexural strength of the material. And it ended up being very, very promising. I have the lab tests with me if anyone would like to have a look after the pitch. And currently it's very important to note that our business has 0 running costs. We do things per order basis, and we pour back all the profits into more research and development to attain our final vision. We have 0 costs. We do things based on order, and we have a healthy profit margin. So, and at the same time, we're continuing R&D. Some key achievements is we got contracted to design VIP gifts for government ministers. We've had a vanity console, which was our debut unit. And this vanity console, we produced 10 pieces of it. It's around this big. It has a mirror in it, and we ended up selling out. It was a limited edition. We ended up selling out, and in fact, we had one of them placed at the presidential quarters during COP28 here in Expo. We were featured on Design, Architectural Digest, The National, countless other local publications, and one of the really exciting projects that we're working on, which will extensively test our material in the exterior, is a bee hotel project, which is basically these little small houses that have holes in them that solitary bees live in them. So these are going to be hopefully employed in Abu Dhabi parks, and pretty much be a testament to the kind of material that we're trying to develop and hoping to conquer the concrete world with. So this is our current business model. We do custom and bespoke pieces, very low cost, easy to operate model, custom order. We're hoping that the grant and with the grant. As the grant comes through, that will help us develop a new line of retail products that we can sell and continue our healthy revenue inflow, which will then also contribute to further research. So within the current year, we'll have a healthy line of retail items that we can sell online, as well as from word of mouth marketing. And as well as we're currently also patent pending with Datecrete, so we're at the initial stages of the patent. The grant will help us finalize the patent, and then in a few years, start selling the product as raw material and also generate revenue from licensing. Did I pass 5 minutes? I'm afraid if I missed. I did, 5 minutes left? Thank you. Our competitive advantage is that we don't use any resin, no cement, nothing like that. It's a chemical binder with ground date seeds, very good properties, perfectly molds into endless shapes, and very convenient choice for image-conscious, environmentally conscious businesses and practitioners. And our story holds lots of cultural and sustainable significance, which is very relevant to the region. Our grant use will be, I'll keep it simple. We're using the grant to do a few key things. We're going to rent a facility, take our material, do all sorts of tests, iterate it to the nth degree, and send all of those to the lab so that we can further test the more technical requirements from the construction industry. I'm talking about testing things like reaction to moisture, weathering tests, reaction to salt, setting times, water absorption, so on, so on, so on. And we want to reach a point where we have all of these sort of lab tests that we can easily quote to whoever wants something more robust, let's say. Additionally, we'll rent that facility, do these tests. We'll come up with a line of retail products that we can sell online. And we sell out very fast, by the way. All our work has come from zero marketing, zero outbound sales. We just sit at home and we get calls. This is a quick breakdown of the project. Secure funding, second payment to patent. We'll get a seed mill because we currently grind on very small sort of units on a small grinder, the date seeds. We'll get a big one, which has been very expensive. Yeah, and you can see I've pretty much summarized it.
Hey, Khaled, I think any more final points before we go to questions? Is that okay?
That's
okay,
it.
Then let's go to questions.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Wondering, can you just walk us through, so how much percentage of this is date seeds, and then what are the other percentage consists of?
Sure, so 35% is date seeds and the rest of it is the chemical binder, which unfortunately I can give you details on, but I can't reveal since the product is patent pending. Yeah, but it's an inorganic chemical mixture of two components that's very easily obtainable. It's not like an exotic material or something. It's a material that's currently being used in many industries, such as fertilizer industry, pharmaceutical industry, things of that sort.
And those materials are also new materials?
No, they're not. They're readily available. They're chemicals.
Okay, because we worked on several CCUS concrete projects. They use solid waste on the other component, which can help with the sustainability, the LCA calculation. So I was just wondering the other parts. Yeah. Are they like recycled, or if this?
No, they're not. They're produced from natural resources, from rocks and things of the sort.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Right.
But obviously, the long-term vision is to produce those materials via sustainable means, such as solar power or things of the sort, so that it's a completely sustainable cycle from start to end.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Once you're done with your certification roadmap to become certified construction material for, let's say, buildings with people living in it, is there enough raw material in let's say in the UAE to build a manufacturing plant to produce your cement?
Absolutely. Yep, absolutely. So the chemicals that make up the binder are chemicals that are procured in the tons. they're not procured in a kilo. So that's the reason we've only been sourcing locally. Once we source from countries like China and other Asian countries, we can source them in tons and also bring down the cost per kilogram of datecrete. So that's very readily available. And the other part is date seeds is we've just been working with one plant, and it's been more than enough for our current orders. And once we reach the manufacturing capacity, that's when you're talking about building a supply chain directly from those plants.
All right, so we have any final questions? Yep. Quick question, quick answer, okay?
I'll try.
Thank you so much for that. Just considering where the grant money could go, have you considered, instead of renting a facility, utilizing existing facilities to conduct your R&D? And also, instead of renting a space for production, potentially working with existing manufacturing companies where they could maybe incubate you?
Yeah, we've already considered that, and our current lab is our kitchen at home. The other place where we do the production is our manufacturer. That's where we do the bigger sort of production units. But the next step would be to sort of get the patent done and license out the process to the manufacturers who have bigger facilities, rather than doing that from scratch by ourselves. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Khaled. Thank you. And last but not least, can we invite Ari from Mongolia? Thank you.
Hello. I share Khaled's statement, finally. But since it's on my time, I'm really cold. I don't know if you guys are. So I want you guys to like stand up for me and do an exercise with me, please. Would you? All right, it's very simple. You move all of your four limbs like this. And then we count from 7 and count down because we're cohort 7. Okay, all right. Follow after me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 1, 1, 1. Wheep. Okay, all right. Thank you for engaging in this. I hope you're a bit more awake and a bit warmer in this very, very cold stadium. My name is Sayaka. I'm the co-founder of AIRI. We make air filters from sheep wool in the coldest capital in the world, Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia, and still I'm cold. So we make the most cost-effective biodegradable air filters because we're cold. A lot of people are burning coal to stay warm, and that creates a lot of air pollution. And according to the US Environmental Protection Agency, indoor air pollution is actually worse than outdoor air pollution by 2 to 5 times, which is crazy. And the World Health Organization also says that 99% of the world population is breathing unhealthy air. So because there's less than 100 of us here, statistically speaking, none of us are breathing healthy, clean air. And so because of that, we are doing this. And on the other hand, during COVID, we faced another problem. So every one of us wore masks, and these masks and filters that we use to protect ourselves, they're made from synthetic materials, so specifically PET or PP plastic. And so the filtration industry faced a really big problem to reduce their carbon footprint and to create more recyclable waste or more eco-friendly waste. So this is exactly where we're coming in with a 100% biodegradable solution for air filters. We recently had them analyzed and tested at the Korean Conformity Laboratories, which gave us a filter grade of a very high efficiency of 70.3% for extremely fine dust. That's the same size as bacteria and some viruses. And we are able to filter gases as well. So that's one of our very strong points, where the synthetic market standard filters can only filter fine dust and use another filter to filter gases. So we are a 2-in-1 filter. And normally people ask us, like, why sheep wool? So firstly, it's a regenerative raw material. So our sheep are not like Australian sheep with like extremely thick fibers, but it's thick enough, and it's very big fibers, so they can't be used for carpets or even slippers. And so our technology, our patented technology, breaks them down and builds them back into a value-added filter product that's 8 times value-added. And another thing is that sheep wool itself is really good at filtering odor. So one of our customers constantly smokes cigars, like the big ones. And so whenever he smokes a cigar in his home, he brings his air purifier device with the wool filter so that his furniture doesn't get tainted with the smell of the cigars. So I'll move on to this one. So we have our MVP with air purifier devices with wool filters, and we've sold 300 of them just as a pilot, and we've generated 22,000 USD in revenue. And we have 4 intellectual properties with this one, a trademark, 2 utility models, and 1 design patent. And with this, we've gone on to multiple competitions. Last year, we were announced as the Youth Ecopreneur 2023 by the International Trade Center. And this year, we just came from pitching in Germany for the North Rhine-Westphalia Startup Germany Tour, which is great. And so after our pilot testing, we've noticed that people really appreciate this odor, smell, and dust filtration, that we've moved on to producing it in a B2B scale in a production facility. So currently we're setting up our pilot production facility, which is actually launching in May. And does the previous button work? Can I go back? But it's not working? Okay. So with our MVP, we have helped 300 families breathe clean air. And because we had like a specific sales for families with children under 2, which is when children's lungs are developing, or for pregnant women, we were able to protect the lives of 240 vulnerable families breathing very polluted air, and provided them with affordable and recyclable or biodegradable filters. And because we use sheep wool, we were able to support the livelihood of 3 nomadic herders, which are the most climate vulnerable population in Mongolia. So this translates to 59 kilograms of synthetic waste being prevented and 50 kilograms of CO2 emissions prevented also. So in addition to our production facility, we are working in the southern part of Mongolia, which is like a desert, sandy area, just like Dubai almost. And we are equipped the kindergarten with window filters, air purifier devices, and all of the tools that can help them breathe clean, healthy air. And so through that project, we have 170 kids breathing clean air. Our business model is quite simple. We have a B2B model where we manufacture rolls of filter material that we supply to filter manufacturers like Man and Hummel that we met in Germany a few days back. And they will create and put it into different sizes and shapes for different applications for end use in buildings and cars. So our technology can be used not only with sheep wool, but different types of fibers. As for our competition, currently the filtration industry is mostly dominated by really big multinationals who all create non-biodegradable alternatives. So glass fiber or the plastics that I mentioned before. And just now, there's only like 2 other products on the market. So we're currently very early to this new market arena. And the clients that we're looking at, such as Man and Hummel, really appreciate the biodegradability aspect and the sustainability and the traceability of the wool that we provide. So currently, as we set up our production facility, we want to reduce the cost of the wool that we're buying from people who wash the wool. So there's a wool washing facility in a rural area that we're planning to buy, and it's around 60K, so that we can make it more traceable and also wash it with more eco-friendly washing detergents. And then we want to increase the traceability with a QR code-based thing that when you scan it, you can just say, okay, this belonged to this herder in this specific region of Mongolia. And then we also want to study the carbon credit opportunities because according to the International Wool Trade Organization, wool itself has embedded carbon. So that means that we can create it into like a carbon credit scheme that actually serves as an asset to the consumer rather than a liability. This will prevent us from having middlemen in the supply chain between the nomads and us, and we will reduce our raw material costs while directly working with the herders and increasing the amount of herders that we can work with and reduce a lot of plastic waste and prevent a lot of CO2 emissions. And we plan to do that until March. So we have a team of scientists on a mission. Our co-founder is a biotechnologist who has worked at the Mongolian Academy of Sciences at the Institute of Chemistry and Chemical Technology. I myself have a background in environmental science, working against air pollution and sustainable financing, energy efficiency mortgages, and things like that. We have, our CEO is a PhD candidate with, she's a chemist with like very specific air pollutants. And we have 3 on our fundraising and communications team working part-time, 3 at the factory, and 2 of our mentors that we gained from Unleash. We currently are supported by the International Trade Center and a pro bono support from Sidley Austin, which is a huge multinational law firm, and the Google Startups for Sustainable Development. So please join us for healthy lungs and a healthy planet. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Can you let us know how you're marketing your product at the moment?
So with our MVPs, we were using all of the e-commerce and physical stores, but with our current line of B2B products, which is like a roll of raw material, we are having direct communications with the manufacturers. So some of them we met last year in February at Philtech, which is like the world's largest industry expo, hosted in Germany all the time. And so all of the contacts that we gained from there, from German manufacturers, Turkish and Vietnamese manufacturers, those basically direct communications.
Can you take us through the pricing in terms of how much you buy 1 ton from the herders of the raw material, how much you would sell it to someone like Kimberly-Clark, and the selling price, how much of it goes back to the herders?
Sure. So right now the model looks like this. The wool washing facilities buy it from the herders. We buy it from the wool washing facilities. And so they're not paid as much as we would want them to be paid because like there's a middleman and then the wool washing facility. And then after that, for the price that we got from the wool washing facility, we value add it by 8 times and sell them, and we make a net profit of around 40%. And our cost is quite competitive, not compared to Alibaba fake filters, but compared to like the multinational high-grade ones, we're 5 times less costly. And another thing which is very weird, which serves as an advantage to us being in Mongolia, is that because we don't export a lot, when we export to Germany, it's cheaper to transport it through air than land, for instance. So we are able to provide a superior lead time and cheaper export via air.
Thank you for the presentation. Where's your key market in terms of region and country?
It's in Germany. And I say that because all of the filtration, most of the filtration industry is in Germany, as in there are multinationals headquartered there and then with other industries or facilities spread elsewhere. And firstly that, secondly, they care a lot about sustainability. So all of them, when I met them first, they already had existing research on how to reduce their carbon footprint and where exactly is the highest. And the 2-3 things that they defined were transportation and raw material, which is why we're looking at the raw material aspect. The other aspects that we're looking at is Vietnam and the Southeast Asian region, mostly because they have extremely high air pollution and a lot of the industry is located there. Mongolia, we will continue, but it's not a large percent of our sales because we have 3 million people. It's barely a market. All right.
Okay, good job. Thank you. All right, so we've done it. We've gotten 22 organizations pitching here the past 2 days. Really give yourselves a hand of applause. I really appreciate. And I don't want, for those watching, I don't want you to ever underestimate how much courage it takes to stand here and spill out your brains and ambitions in front of people who are here to judge you. So very, very impressed with the quality and the caliber of all of the presentations. Thanks again for all of you guys for making the time. I want to thank our judges for being here, Abir, Sami, and Yijing for spending your extra time with us. Really appreciate your time and the great questions and feedback that you've given to our finalists today. Thank you very much. Before we move into the next session, I want us to take a quick picture with everybody. So I want all of our finalists to come down. We'll take a picture, and then you can go and sit down, and we then enjoy the next part of our session before we wrap it up in a few minutes, okay? So please come down if you're a finalist and you held a microphone in the stage in the past 24 hours, please come and join us. Judges, please hop in with us as well.
Astronauts be champions, be truth seekers, be students, be teachers, be politicians, be preachers. Yeah, yeah. Be believers, be leaders, be astronauts, be champions, standing in the Hall of Fame. And the world's gonna know your name. 'Cause you burn with the cross flame.
All right, everybody. So as we've spoken earlier on in our session, hey, this is my time, but not now, not the time now. Perfect, thank you. So as we spoke less in the induction, we have, for you guys, as a very particular cohort 7, you've arrived at a point where we are a city and we have more to offer than just me here speaking and talking about Expo Live. So we have invited a couple of teams here at Expo to come and speak to you very quickly about some of their offers, which answer questions like, if I want to move my business to Dubai, if I want to open a branch here, if I want to operate or understand how to enter this market, how do I get a license, how does it all work? We have folks that are going to come and speak about that. We also have folks who are going to speak about what we as a city do internationally, the kind of events that we do, the kind of ambition that we have beyond just being a place of physical buildings, and explain to you that and how that could be applicable to you. And then finally, we have some of our team members who will speak about the concept of our urban lab, that you can test some of your technologies here and use it as a validation of your service and your product. So with that in mind, I'd like to invite our colleagues, Khalid, if you're coming in, to speak to Khalid. So I can't see from the light. Walid, oh, sorry, Walid, to come in and talk to us about licensing and real estate. Thank you, guys. You are welcome to, I'm gonna shake your hand first. There's another microphone here.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to echo some of Yusuf's comments earlier about how impressive it is to see everyone on stage pitching, pouring your hearts out about work and businesses. I'm sure you've put months and years of work into it. Takes a lot of courage. And we've seen some of the pitches these last 2 days and a lot of really impressive projects. So well done. I think we've got some slides prepared. Okay, we missed that bit. Okay, great. So let's kick things off. We're going to talk about Expo City today. Let's kick things off first about Expo 2020, which was the mega event on site here where you are now. Show of hands, did anyone visit Expo 2020? One. Expo, you guys don't count. Come on. Okay. Great. Just the one thing that I want you guys to take away from this, if you see AED $6.8 billion, that was the amount of money spent on SME contracts, so that's around $2 billion worth. And until today, Expo is committed to spending 20 to 30% of our budget on SMEs, which says a lot. This is the map of Dubai. Just very quickly, where you are now is Expo City, the yellow bit in the middle, which you can see. Now, why is this important? Because the location of Expo City is extremely strategic. We are an hour away from 4 international airports, Abu Dhabi, Dubai, Sharjah, and the new one here in DWC. We've got our own dedicated metro line, and we are the first smart 15-minute city in the UAE. There is something called an Urban 2040 Master Plan, which is to create 5 smart cities in the UAE, and we are the first in the UAE and in the region. I'm just going to go very quickly on this. If you guys are here, it's that you know how important business is for Dubai, how competitive Dubai is in the business world, the dedication that we have in terms of startups. The UAE was the first globally, for example, in the Global Entrepreneurship Index, #1 for travel destination. So very, very important in terms of business here, but also in terms of talent. So we've got things like golden visas, which is for innovators, entrepreneurs, tech enthusiasts. 10-year golden visas are given. We also have a remote work program, which is 1-year visas for people that want to work away from their home country for a while, as long as you're doing something which is, again, tech or contributing to the economy. So Dubai is always open for business, and without talent, there is no business. I'm just going to talk very briefly now about the vision of Expo City. So for us, as I mentioned, we're a 15-minute city. We are a sustainable city. We are green. The building that you're in, Tebra, I think speaks for itself. And we are a city which is based on collaboration, which is based on bringing partnerships and people together to look at finding solutions for the world's problems and to do business together. And I'm going to touch on the ecosystem in a bit. So actually at Expo City, we have a wide number of companies that are set up and have offices here. And what we're saying is that if our vision is going to come through and that we're going to be a collaborative city, we need to have multinational companies here, which we do. We need to have SME and startups, because the startup of today can become the SME of tomorrow and can be potentially acquired by one of these MNCs. We need government and policy workers, because without regulations and the government, nothing happens. Academia is extremely important, obviously, and nothing happens without the financing, which is why you're here today. And what we're saying is, for us to truly have this vision come to life, we need these 5 facets to be present, and happily we do so. And it's my job and my team's job to make sure that these 5 different strands are communicating and working with each other. So if an SME or a startup opens up in Expo City, they'll be connected to the multinational companies, the likes of Emirates, DP World, Siemens, et cetera, to look for collaboration. The main sectors that we look at, and I'd say 80% of our tenant mix, comes from the worlds of sustainability, innovation, tech, education, and creative. And I think I've seen a lot of these industries these last 2 days in the pictures. 20% comes from other industries, but these are the main sectors that we host. Our offices are extremely modern. In fact, 87% of the offices in Dubai were built before 2013. Expo cities were built in the last 5 years. So very modern offices, especially by Dubai standards, and also fully sustainable. I think you know the city quite a bit now. You see that it's a pedestrian city, green. We try to avoid plastic. We have buggies across the site. And very lastly, before I pass on to Walid, our CEO, Her Excellency Reem Al-Hashimi, signed a partnership agreement with DEWA to have the entire site powered by renewable energy, which is, again, the first for Dubai and the UAE at this scale. I'm going to pass on to Walid to talk about a free zone.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Nadeem. Thank you, everyone, staying up. So what's the vision basically after the event? So as for our leaders for this city, they have proposed to make it a free zone of the future. So here you can have integrated access to all government and free zone services within Expo City, duty-free environment, 100% foreign ownership, and 100% repatriation for all capitals and profits, along with 1 or 2 or 5-year employment visas once you set up at Expo. No restrictions on hiring any foreign employees. We have a competitive visa allocation as well, depending on the space that you will be getting. The business setup here, first you would register your interest within Expo City. You would view and select your space. Like Nadeem said, we have modern offices, we have showrooms, we have multiple options basically for your space. You would submit then your license application and documents, and then you would be licensed here within Expo City, Dubai. These are the type of licenses that we offer. We have a variety basically of licenses of multiple types. We have commercial license, general trading license, service license, holding license, logistics, e-commerce. We also have some permits basically for temporary solutions like business operation permits. So if you are already licensed within UAE, you can operate here for a shorter duration of time, less than 1 year. We also have event operation permits. And for professional individuals, we offer as well the freelance permit.
So lastly, guys, and sorry we went quickly, but we know we're running behind schedule. We just wanted to show you some of the tenants that we have currently staying with us at Expo City. So you'll recognize some of the big names like Emirates, Siemens Energy, Siemens, DP World Energy, but we also have quite a few startups and SMEs that are here. If there's anything that I want you guys to take away from this, especially at the stage where you're at, is one, Dubai is always open for business. And Dubai will always do regulations and initiatives to promote business and SMEs. Point number 2, Dubai is a hub for the Middle East and for Asia, and parts of Africa. So from Dubai, you can penetrate other markets. And should you be looking at the UAE and Dubai in particular, Expo City is a place where you can come in, be supported by the likes of Yusuf and ourselves, and be connected to some of the entities that you're seeing here on screen. We are here, so if you have any questions after this, please let us know. If there's anything we can do for you, we're happy to have a chat, and we'll pass it on to Yusuf for the next steps.
Thank you, Nadim. Good job, guys. Thank you. This is pitching day. So whoever shows up here, you got to pitch. Anyway, so these guys are gonna be around. So if you have any questions or if you're interested, you can reach out to them, or later on reach out to us, and then we'll connect you to them. Is Dr. Amy here, or should we ask him? She's walking in. Okay, great. We want to make sure we stay on time. Today is Friday, so it's prayer day for us. So we want to make sure that we don't go over and allocate in the allocated time. Then if not, we can ask Tim if that's okay. Coming in? Oh, okay. Sorry, everyone. I can. I am involved in the project, but it's somebody else's job. I can't do that. What if I do it better than she does? Then it's kind of a weird thing, you know? Yeah, I'm just kidding. Hey, Dr. Amy. Hey. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah. That's okay. Anyway, so everyone, this is Dr. Amy. She's the Vice President for the Urban Lab, and she will give you guys a quick intro on what it's all about and how it could be relevant for the work that you guys do. Yeah,
Thank you, Yusuf. Okay. Agree. Brilliant. Oh, gosh, guys, I'm really excited to be here. It's my favorite type of audience, just like people that want to do stuff and solve problems and, just that kind of, that energy that you guys bring. Honestly, it's so exciting. I'm hoping that, I'm going to present this to you, and I'm hoping you see another aspect of Expo City that is a fit for you, is also exciting for you, and something that you want to be involved in. So let me tell you, I'll tell you a bit about the Urban Lab. I'm going to preface this by saying we are launching the Urban Lab in this next quarter, getting things up and running. So a lot of what I'm showing you are things that will be in live shortly. So if you see my presentation and immediately Google it, you won't find all the information I'm presenting to you just yet. So I'm also happy to talk to people individually about this as well. So in essence, what is the Urban Lab at Expo City? Basically, the Urban Lab at Expo City is Expo City. Expo City, as a living, breathing, functioning city, is now opening itself up to innovation and testing. Our entire footprint is a test bed. The roads, the green spaces, the buildings, everything you see here, we want to work with businesses, partners, people all around the world to say, you have solutions, come test them here. We'll help you, we'll facilitate it. This is now your place to test, connect, partner. So there are basically three components to the lab. The first is the physical and digital test bed itself, which is the footprint of the whole city. So as I said, everything that you can go out there, see, feel, touch, look up airspace, look below infrastructure, as well as the digital background. This is this kind of real substance of the Urban Lab. This is the test bed. The second part of the test bed is a digital portal. Now, you could say it's a website. It's actually a very dynamic, interactive place where you'll be able to connect with each other. You'll be able to combine solutions. I'm sure that there are solutions in this room where, your solution plus your solution is going to solve a new problem. So you'll be able to connect with each other, with investors. It'll be an idea space. Importantly, it will be the place where we ask for solutions to some of the challenges we have or that cities have around sustainable urban development. So we'll run what's called open calls, and I'll talk about that in a minute. But all of this will be on the digital portal. Another important component of the digital portal will be that this is where we keep our data. And I'll tell you about that data in a minute because it's something that also makes us quite unique. So this will be a data platform when we make an open call. And for example, if the open call is about mobility, you'll be able to access all of our data around mobility so that you can bring some of the best solutions to us that you might be able to help us with. And the third component is what you can call a Tinker Lab or a maker space, those kind of places. This building is called The Link. It's the Norway Pavilion from Expo. It's a very, very cool space if you haven't seen it yet. And this is where you want to play with your very early ideas. You might not want to bring it out into the road just yet, or you might need assets that are in this building. And this building will contain shared assets. We don't want every single one of you to have to go buy a 3D printer or servers or all of it. This is the place where you can share those types of services and test some of the early concepts. It will also be kind of the hub where you can physically connect with others. There'll be talks, there'll be networking. This is where we'll bring investors. All of those types of activities will be centered in and around this building. Even at the moment, in front of the building, if you were to take a little buggy ride past it, you'll see some live testing. Right in front of it right now is an air-to-water test going on where you can go and fill your water bottle. That water is coming straight out of the air, converted into completely pure drinkable water. So who's it for? This isn't just for businesses. Hopefully, having been engaged with Expo for some time, you understand that Expo is an ecosystem. This isn't about taking a business, putting them in an incubator and spitting them out the other end. This is about creating this entire ecosystem that really drives kind of the vision that we have for Expo City and that you have because you're likely here engaging with us. So it's for businesses, entrepreneurs, investors, partners. It's for the community. We're engaging in some community platforms so people can bring us problems. This is really kind of a holistic approach to what should be happening at Expo, what should we be doing with the Urban Lab, what should we be testing. So this isn't just about businesses. This is about the entire ecosystem of who we are here at Expo. Now, I had to put this slide together for myself a while ago because when we talk about Expo, there are a lot of buzzwords. And anywhere else I would have said, a bunch of buzzwords. You can hear them anywhere in the industry. But the fact is here, sustainable, human-centered, tech-enabled. I did a little exercise myself, and I put together a chart. Every single one of these buzzwords has very specific rules and points behind it. So when we say sustainable, we've got our sustainability guidelines for you as a business and for us as Expo, how you should recycle, how you need to contribute to net zero, what you need to do with your supply chain. Every single one of these buzzwords here is tangible. So when we say human-centered, we have a human-centered, tech-enabled framework. As a partner for us, we want all of our ecosystem to abide by that framework. So these are, you can call them rules and guidelines, but they're really about how do we live? How do we work every day? Taking this beyond a word like 15-minute city, which is kind of what's explained there, and make that a reality. So I'm a master planner, and I'm coming in, and we say, we're a 15-minute city. So whatever you come up with, make sure it's that. Well, and they say, well, what does that mean? Well, here's the book on what it means. Make sure that whatever you develop reflects that. So we have all of these kind of assets and guidelines behind the buzzwords that we talk about. It's really about, walking the talk. By the way, this is one of the only places that every single one of those words, you can have the tangible bullets that explain what they are. I don't think that you can go to any other city and take the buzzwords off of their webpage and go and find, That's exactly what that means. I know what I need to do. I've only seen it here, and I've worked all over the world. So, why are we unique? I said I work all over the world. There is a collection of things happening here. You might find one or two of them somewhere else. You will not find this entire collection happening in one place the way it's happening here. And the first one is one of the biggest ones. I've never seen an entire citywide testbed in a functioning live city. You'll find cities that have testbeds. Oh, we've got a bit of a housing testbed over there. Or we built a sandbox you can play in, at the industrial park. But this type of citywide open data testing environment, that is absolutely unique. Absolutely unique. So that's one. That we publish the data sets that go along with it, or that we will be publishing all of them as we run the open calls. Most cities don't do that. It's hard in most cities because the data is partially with the electric company, partially with the water company. Here, we have it all aggregated. We can tell you the efficiency, the water flow, the air quality, all of that within our data sets. So this is something that as an entrepreneur, as an innovator, you not only get to test it, but you have the actual data to validate it and to measure it. And that's available through us. And part of that data is live. I wasn't sure I read the number right the first time I heard about this, but we have over 200,000 live data points right now, right out there. Whether it's cameras or whether it's airflow, we are constantly monitoring the city in every aspect you can think of. So when you have a solution and you want to go test it in a city, you have absolutely all the data that you require, not just to validate it and measure it, but to know what's your baseline, where you're starting from, what's the change you're seeking to have. Again, I've never seen this in another city quite at this scale. The other thing that we can do, and this is actually the next two, we also, because we're a free zone, because we work with the regulators, because we do all of these things, we can create the type of environment that makes it easy for you to test. You want to test the latest in drone technology, you don't have to go to the Roads and Transport Authority yourself. We work with them all the time to say, listen, this is what we're going to test. We're going to regulate it. This will be safe. Do you approve? Yes, that's fine. Done, right? It also means that we can configure different parts of the city for you to help you meet whatever needs you have when you want to test your solution. So with the regulatory facilitation, I won't say, at one point I said we're a regulatory free zone. No, we definitely have rules. We have to be safe, but we're in essence kind of self-regulated and facilitate those regulations for you so that we ensure that everyone is kept safe, but at the same time, we're allowed to test the latest innovations, not held back by barriers in regulations. And then this is something I think is really important. Everybody says, oh, we'll hold investor events, we'll do this, we'll do that. What we really do here is curate these very specifically. So we're looking for a specific type of investor that meets your needs, your interests, that is interested in this aspect of agri-tech, for example. So it's not just put out a call, hey, we're holding an investor event. If you're interested in some startups, come to the event. No, it's we help to find who we think are very likely to want to be your investors. So we intentionally curate these types of relationships for you. Now, one way that I think is unique in how the Urban Lab runs is that we issue challenge-led open calls, okay? So what we're not asking, when the website is officially up and running in the next couple of months, you won't go there and say, see something that says, can you bring us a better EV charging station? That's not what we're looking for. What we're looking for is solutions to our challenges. I'm not a technical person. Even if I was, I'm not going to assume that I know what the solution is. if I know what the solution is, I can just go to the market and buy it, right? I don't need an urban lab. That must mean it's out there somewhere, and maybe there's the next version coming out that might be better. But what this is bring us solutions that we haven't thought of. Bring them from your different sectors, because we didn't think to combine the agri-tech sector with the mobility sector. So you'll see calls, open calls from us that are more like, hey, we have a real challenge trying to move people around this site in the summer when it's hot, from parking lots to businesses to homes. Do you have solutions around how to move people around better when it's this hot, right? And so if we put out a tender, we might say, does somebody have a better electric buggy that keeps people cool? That's not what we're looking for. We want something new, something innovative, something more sustainable for the urban environment. So we want you to bring us solutions that we hadn't thought of. That's why we issue our challenges as these kind of open calls with a question, something to solve. So I think that's quite unique, and it's also quite fun. There was an example of something I ran in the UK with Belfast, and they had a challenge in Belfast that was they were only collecting about 30% of their business rates, not a lot, their taxes from businesses, not a problem here, but they weren't collecting them, and it's because they didn't know what was a business. So they didn't know, would they send people door to door, try to figure out, are you a business? And so they said, you know what, let's put out a tender for some of the big digital companies, like a Microsoft or a whatever, IBM, and say, we're gonna need a platform for the city to collect business rates. And they got the proposals, and the proposals were about 5 million, 10 million, 15 million, I don't know. And they were locked in for 10, 20 years with that company. And as in this role that I had, we said to Belfast, would you just let us do an open call? Let's just see what we find, and let's put out your challenge. We don't know what's a business, so we're not collecting our business rates. And in that open call, there was a very interesting entrepreneur who, by understanding the energy flows throughout the day, the level of usage, the size of the building, the street that it was on, combined his data sets so that with 99% accuracy, he could say, that's a business, that's not, that is. They knew exactly where the businesses were. They figured out exactly which businesses weren't paying, and now they collect about 85% of their business rates every year. That solution cost them under £1 million. So when you put those out in a challenge way, then you'll get these really creative, innovative solutions. So how to get involved? I think I've told you. I think for the moment, reach me through the team at Expo Live until we get everything up and running. But also on this next slide, you'll see my email address. So please feel free to email me, tell me about what you're working on, your solution, etc. So that is the Urban Lab. And if you want to know more, please get in touch.
Thank you so much, Dr. Amy. So we are gonna go to the next presentation, but also if you will be around after, then maybe they can catch you and...
Not gonna be around, I'm sorry. I have another meeting to go to, but you have my email, and I'm available, always
Take
answer.
a picture really quickly before we go on to the next slide. So I'll give you guys just a second, and in the meantime, I will thank Dr. Amy once again for her time and for the presentation. And we will introduce Tim from Expo Dubai Group, who will also be talking to you guys about something interesting and relevant that a few of us had discussed personally today as well. So thank you, Tim. Thank you, Dr. Amy.
Is this working? Yeah, it is. Okay. I'm like the one guy who's going to be at the podium with notes here. So, but as I'm going to say and re-say a couple of times, I'm not just representing myself, I'm representing a few members of my team, and so that's why I've got notes to make sure that I speak correctly on everything. I'm going to keep it short as well, and also say just congratulations to the Expo Live team, and congratulations to you for the last 2 days of your pitches. Very impressive what you've been able to do. So my name is Timothy, I'm with Expo Dubai Group. We are a global initiative, okay. The fonting and everything like that is a bit off. No, let's see, that's okay. All right, sorry about that. So we are a global initiative of Expo City Dubai. Our DNA, so to speak, comes from Expo 2020. The core part of our team was responsible for the program for People and Planet, which was a selection of 10 weeks, 10 theme weeks throughout Expo 2020, where we organized over 250 events on a variety of different topics related to sustainability and social impact. And we also had a team that was responsible for a lot of the storytelling and the curation of some of the national pavilions, as well as another team that was involved with the creation of thematic journals and a lot of creative content. So we are built from this kind of international cooperation and engagement program, fittingly with the CEO of Expo City Dubai being a minister for State for International Cooperation. Now, you've heard a lot about kind of the various activities that Expo City Dubai is undergoing, and you've experienced it in person as well through Expo Live. There's a dimension to this, which is illustrated here by a quote from Her Excellency Rima Al Hashimi, our CEO, which is also supported by a post from His Highness Sheikh Maktoum, which is about Expo City Dubai being the new capital for planetary solutions. A pioneering free zone, a place for business, startups, innovators, institutes, creative minds, and everyone dedicated to the service of humanity. So I'm quickly going to go through things and give you three kind of very clear ways that you can get involved with Expo Dubai Group. We are a division within Expo City Dubai, but we actually work very cross-functionally with a lot of departments that you've heard about today. The first one is the Center for the Planet program. This goes directly to what you just heard about in terms of being the place for planetary solutions. The idea here is to layer across everything that you've heard about today and really leverage all the strength that Expo City Dubai has to offer, not just in terms of its position within Dubai, but also all the assets that we have and teams that we have working on the Urban Lab, with Expo Live, with our commercial team attracting businesses here. It's to leverage that multidisciplinary ecosystem, leverage the various layers of our city, and really engage stakeholders worldwide to find and develop and scale solutions, and some of the solutions that you brought here today. So throughout all these programs and by really working across the organization to leverage all of its strength, we really invite you to join us as part of the Center for the Planet program, to contribute and to exchange best practices that will scale new solutions for the planet. Again, I have some of my colleagues that are here, Lana and Mariana, and so if you're interested to meet them afterwards, feel free to come up to us and we'll be happy to introduce you. Very briefly, these are some of the kind of in-house capabilities that we have at Expo Dubai Group. We have a team that is really focused on urban resilience and sustainable living. My team, which is on program and events, and we also have another team around creative and storytelling. The urban resilience team is really built on the foundation that Expo City Dubai is a real-time case study for urban resilience and sustainable living. We were designed as a very sustainable city. We have a sustainability team and a real estate team that are continuing to develop it as such. We have an urban lab, but we also have the ability to really share a lot more with the world and with cities in the region about how they can be more resilient and how they can be more inclusive and how they can be more sustainable. So we have the index, which is really serving as a baseline. We can provide resilience ratings to cities, and it's also a way to kind of channel investment, specifically like impact investing to the right areas of a city. There's an entire knowledge hub. Again, this is a perfect area where you can get involved with us. My colleague Misha is here in the audience, and again, please, if you're interested by this, come up to speak to us. We're building a knowledge hub where we can feature a lot of case studies, feature a lot of solutions, and that is really around capacity building. And then lastly, it's our Urban Resilience Advisory, which is where we are taking it and working with cities to help them on their journey, because as we've experienced it ourselves, it's very complex working within a city with all of its various stakeholders. This is the program and events department, which is what I'm a part of. I don't need notes for this. But very briefly, we had the program for People and Planet during Expo 2020, and we have kept that focus throughout since Expo 2020. We hosted the program for People and Planet at COP28, where we had the ECD pavilion, where we hosted around 76 events. And we continue to convene stakeholders strategically, bring them together to address key issues. One of these is the Sustainable Cities in Action Forum, which I'll get to a bit right after this. But others are, for example, our flagship International Women's Day. And all of this, I think, comes together in terms of bringing the right people to Expo City Dubai, who are supporting our tenants, who are supporting Center for the Planet program, who are supporting the Urban Lab. So Sustainable Cities in Action is a perfect example of this. This is the inaugural event that we hosted earlier this year. It convened nearly 500 people for Middle East, Africa, and South Asia as a region in terms of the development of cities. And this is a perfect kind of illustration of how getting involved here at Expo City Dubai, we can really support your ambitions. We brought together policymakers, we brought together key multinationals, we brought together international organizations as well as nonprofits, all towards getting the right people together in the room to support city leaders around the region in addressing the very complex challenge of urban development. And we as a team are continuing to do that on a variety of different topics, working with the teams across ECD, with the tenants, and with the other kind of stakeholders that we're bringing in through the Center for the Planet program to really kind of address these key topics. So that's me. Thank you very much. My contact information is here and will be here after.
Thank you very much, Tim. Let me see if I can get a holding slide. There we go. So if you could just stay in the room while we wrap up, that would be great. I was actually not aware up until 15 minutes ago that I was going to be given the interesting task of closing what's already been an engaging day. So please pardon me while I improvise and try to do this event and the last 2 days justice. Before I get into the emotional goodbyes and thank yous, I want to just appreciate all of your time and all of the journeys that you have taken metaphorically and also physically to be here, and commend you on your bravery to stand here, to take a risk, to present. We heard from many of you that this is the first time you're presenting in languages you're not comfortable with, and it's already intimidating to be doing something that could provide you with this kind of opportunity. So a round of applause for you to yourselves. From our side, I think Yusuf, myself, and the team have mentioned that this is one of the most exciting parts of the year for us, and Cohort 7 has something special about it, not just because there's so many interesting and amazing, impactful work that we saw and got to observe here and got to hear from directly from you, but we reignited this program last year. Up until event time, we had not really seen a new cohort. And we had this big existential situation where we didn't know if we were going to restart. And so we started again last year, thankfully, but a little bit differently. We were focused on climate and environmental solutions. Our grants looked a bit different. But with Cohort 7, this is the first time we've gone back to the Expo Live original roots in terms of the types, the stages, the types of funding, and the stages, of the projects that we're looking for. So it's both a mixture of nostalgia and also novelty, because a lot of the projects that we've seen here, we're hearing from for the first time, some countries we've never had in our portfolio before. So it's always that much more rewarding. So thank you all again. And just to remind you to sit tight until next week, which is when we aim to have the final announcements. For the sake of this program, by being here, you are already validated and winners in our eyes. You've made it this far because you've had a number of people reviewing what you've submitted or what you've presented to us. So we wish you all the best in your journeys and hope that for a lot of you, if not all of you, that involves us in some way, shape, or form. Thank you once again. And I'll end on one part, that is to highlight that for Expo Live, one of the underlying key things that I think we represent, although you might not see this word on our website, is community. And it's one of the things that's most prevalent in the live presentations. With every live presentation, we have a new family created. And sometimes, and most often actually, the global innovators of the finalists who are here stay in contact. We encourage you to do that. We encourage you to take pictures, exchange details, stay in touch with one another, and continue, please, to present the amazing stuff you do amongst each other and to different audiences. On the note of community, I also want to take this moment to thank, whether they're in the room or outside the room, everyone who's been a part of our journey. We've seen different panels of judges. We have our new team, but also previous representatives of the Expo Live. Rania here has been an evaluation panel member, as well as someone who is leading on the grants program that you are all applying to be a part of. So key people that we don't tend to let go of easily. Same goes for everyone behind the scenes, our media crew, our volunteers who express a need to come back to our events every time. We don't pay them or anything like that, but it's just a testament to the kind of experiences we want to create. So thank you to everyone and wish you all the best. For those of you traveling sooner rather than later, a safe journey back home. And for the rest of you, please enjoy your time in Dubai. Thank you.
I close my eyes and I can see a world that's waiting up for me, that I call my own. Through the dark, through the door, through where no one's been before, but it feels like home. They can say it all sounds crazy. They can say I've lost my mind. I don't care, so call me crazy. We can live in a world that we design. 'Cause every night I lie in bed, the brightest colors fill my head. A million dreams are keeping me awake. I think of what the world could be, a vision of the one I see. A million dreams is all it's gonna take. Oh, a million dreams for the world we're gonna make. There's a house we can build. Every room inside is filled with things from far away. Special things